survive to see another day. As they flee, he bravely fights off countless abominations alone, holding the line as their fortress crumbles. 10 years later, the commander awoke to a booming voice. "You are mine now."
A waste. A terrible waste of life. Yet the lives of mortals are a most entertaining comic tragedy for the gods.
You're alive, but how? This land needs hope. United we fight! After you died, a tide of darkness swept over the realm.
Where is the rest of the Watchguard?
Scattered. Only a few of us survived. I've sent word of your return to them already. Perseverance paid off.
Didn't realize my back was off.
United we fight! This land needs hope, and I will be the bearer. I am my own fortress. United we fight!
Haven't I warned you not to rush into battle without support?
Camille, and not a moment too soon. We could use your healing.
I never lost faith you'd return, Commander. Your light will guide us true again.
Perseverance paid off.
I am the priestess of the light.
United we fight!
Let me heal your wound.
Slowly getting.
Bolt ready. It's time they learn. United! It's been 10 years since the Watchguard fought united.
Let me heal your wound.
A well-deserved victory. It's time they learn. United we fight!
I sense a twisted darkness ahead. Let me heal your wound.
The commander lives again, but not for long. I'm not done yet.
This power. It's unnatural.
You're not the only one who can rise from the dead.
We must pull back.
Night falls.
Fall back. For now.
So close. 0.1%.
A glorious defeat. United we fight!
A storm gathers. It's time they learn.
I sense a twisted darkness ahead. Let me heal your wound.
commander lives again, but not for long. I'm not done yet.
This power, it's unnatural.
You're not the only one who can rise from the dead.
Trust the elements, trust in me.
Perseverance paid off. United we fight!
A storm gathers. It's time they learn.
Slaughter was overcome by a terrible corruption.
Be on your guard. It might come for us next.
Let me heal your wound.
Lightning guides our path. They could not withstand the storm.
United we fight!
A storm gathers. It's time they learn.
heal your wound. If it isn't the legendary commander, welcome back.
Mary, is that you? Why are you in the Mortius Desert?
Here comes the storm!
I have orders from the king. Survive, and I'll come aid you after.
Cleanse their souls.
No one injured. A brilliant victory.
This must be the source of the darkness.
We shall prepare our next assault.
This must be the source of the darkness. We fight!
A storm gathers.
Oh, ancient god, bless me with your power.
Time they learn.
Oh, this power, it's...
He's gone mad. Let me heal your wound.
Trust the elements, trust in me.
Sorry.
No. What's happened to me? No! No!
What was that?
That's the true source of the darkness.
As the last tendrils of darkness recede, the prophet picks up the stone and raises it to the wan light. Beneath the glass-like surface spin whirls of flickering magic. This, he explains, is the crystallized essence of corruption. It alone will sustain the commander's borrowed life, but only for a short time. Like lightning, the light vanishes in a flicker, and the prophet points to the east. There, the commander will find more darkness to banish and to sustain his life.
Perseverance paid off.
What are you looking at? Never seen a hook before?
A storm gathers.
Don't you dare call me Captain Hook.
We must pull back.
Salvage time, baby.
Your dinner is escaping, my children.
Queen Tarantula! We should never have come here. She slaughters any who wander into these caves, but has no idea who she's just caught in her web.
We'll hunt her down and put an end to this bloodshed. Form up!
Your dinner is escaping, my children.
I've been doing this whole time, that much.
Queen Tarantula! We should never have come here. United, she slaughters any who wander into these caves, but has no idea who she's just caught in her web.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
We'll hunt her down and put an end to this bloodshed. Form up!
A storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound.
Let thunder cleanse their souls.
Salvage time, baby.
They could not withstand the storm.
United, we fight!
My ship, my crew, my rules.
A storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound. Salvage time, baby.
Lightning guides our path.
Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby.
storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound.
Trust the elements, trust in me. Let thunder cleanse this. Lightning guides our path. Trust the elements, trust in back behind the clouds.
Salvage time, baby.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo.
What's going on? I'm jumping into the game like right
Lightning
now.
strikes again.
Let's go. Daily reward. Thank you.
A storm gathers.
Don't you dare call me Captain Hook. What are you looking at? Never seen a hook before?
Really weird. That's a quest here. Bashing through it. Oh, summoning crystals. There we go. Needed them. Sub-story. Oh. Dope. Oh, it's very, yeah, let's go. Oh, dude, I got so much in here from earlier. Dang. Okay, let's go. Why was I waiting?
Oh, let's go. I had to turn the fucking game music down.
Let me heal your
I had to turn the game music down.
Yeah, it was doing my head.
Yeah, I think I probably should too. I've just been lazy.
Alright, I'll be back.
That might be a little bit better.
And I'm back.
Ugh.
I need to turn some more of that sound down.
Rum nose. What the? Ugh. What's that? I just got 10 summons. Just did it. 10 summons.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I think either I gotta turn you up or you gotta turn you up. Let me check that.
Hang on, I am talking softly because I'm under the kiddies, remember?
Yeah.
I can't be screaming like you.
Oh, I got a female centaur.
Nice.
My aim is through. Just in time.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
A storm gathers.
United we fight!
A sacrifice for his own science.
Let me heal your wound.
Lightning guides our path. Trust the elements, trust in me.
I am the priestess of the light. Embrace the light.
Salvage time, baby.
It's like one of the best, one of the funnest game modes to do.
They could not withstand the storm.
A sacrifice for his own science. This land needs hope, and time mandates us. I am my own fallback for now. Just in time.
Let's go.
For me, won't you? fear the works of his sword?
A storm gathers.
Oh.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Wave 6, here we go.
United we fight!
So we should level up more after this one. Ooh. Actually.
Let me heal your wound.
Probably level up.
Embrace the light. The light dims.
Okay, we need raids. Let's go.
Behind the clouds, alchemy is
Trust the elements, trust in me.
That dude just still starring.
Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby.
Let me heal your.
The captain is to have 2 full shares, according to the codex.
Let's go. Oh, don't go through.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
United we fight!
Oh, bro. Whoops. Dude just...
My ship, my crew, my rules.
United we fight!
A storm gathers.
Salvage time, baby.
Let me heal your wound.
Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby.
Let thunder cleanse their souls. Lightning guides our path.
No one injured. A brilliant victory.
Slowly getting there.
Ready more than ever.
United we fight!
A storm gathers.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
For me, Rosie, I'm ready more than ever.
Let me heal your wound.
Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby.
Lightning guides our path.
Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby.
Ready more than ever. For me, Rosie, I'm ready more excited.
Let thunder cleanse their soul.
Salvage time, baby.
Let me heal.
No one injured. A brilliant victory.
I'm ready more than ever. For me, I'm ready more than ever.
According to the codex.
A bite.
Low.
I could add you as a bait.
Huh?
I could add you as a bait on here.
Oh, you can add me now?
Yeah, bait. I need your my ID when you're done your XP thing.
I'll give you the name in a sec.
All good, mate.
For me, I'm ready more than ever.
A storm gathers.
United we fight!
A storm gathers.
I'm ready more than ever.
Don't you dare call me Captain Hook.
United we fight!
Let me heal your wound.
Alright, he's still there.
Hey, yeah, sorry, man.
Are you looking for guilds?
No, add friend, mate, friends. So
Huh?
get out of that. Go back to the menu, and then over on the left, there's two people under your icon. No, under your icon. Go out of that and under your like out of the player profile, and
On
then
the
just
screen
done.
now.
Yeah, give it a. Oh yeah, player ID. What do we got? And glasses. 9259. Send you a request button.
Oh damn, I got a message in German and I don't know how to read it. That is such a long word. I kinda wanna try to say it. Freundschaftsfragen.
Run
hub.
Schaftens Frag.
Each hub.
Ich
Dein-
schreibe dein Flussraschen Frag. Agnomen.
Copy it into fucking
That
Google
sind
Translate.
wir Freunde. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I don't even know if that's the right way. I should change mine too, actually.
Did what update for you?
Yeah, it did, yeah. Okay, now you should be able to... Oh, I need a... Alright, here we go. You should be able to join the guild now too, and we can go on a go do a raid together, a boss raid.
Oh yeah, you got a guild, have you?
Yeah. It's up on the screen now.
The Horde 369. Okay.
Anyone interested in jumping in? That's the guild right there.
I need to get to N3-6 to join a guild. So
Oh, okay.
I've got a little.
Oh,
bit
you're
more
not too
grinding
far
to
off
go.
though, right?
A little. N27, so I'm 10 off.
Sucks, I can't help you until we're in the guild.
It's alright. It's alright. I've got some grinding to do.
Welcome, maggots. You've been making a mess of my nest. Punish them, my children. Feast to your heart's content.
One thing I should
My
do,
ship,
actually.
my crew, my rules.
United we
Boy, that is so Skyrim.
My poor children.
Like, literally.
Stop hurting.
I gotta go this one though, because check. Blue, the Odin.
A storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound.
Really go like laid back.
Salvage time.
Blue, fly.
Enough of this. I will destroy you myself.
Keep it niche. Quiet BP, no
I
limits.
am
Brace
glad that
yourselves.
they've got like
We've made our
pipes
map.
to speed up.
Yeah.
Trust in me.
I'll see if I can fit in the true bubblegum line.
Yeah, it's the chew bubblegum kick ass. That's where I got the chew ass.
My babies. Mother will avenge you.
No one injured. A brilliant victory.
Level 6. Storyline.
Check out my new babies. They are ready to meet some vampires.
Invalid characters. Oh, what? Where?
Ready to smash.
Oh, is it the word? The word.
Bring it on!
My ship, my crew, my rules.
United we fight!
Good thing saved. Yeah, okay, it was the word. You can't have arse in it, so you can just finish like axe.
A storm
Yes.
gathers.
Alright, that's saved.
Let me heal your wound.
Suck that punch!
Salvage time, baby.
Let thunder cleanse their souls.
Perseverance paid off.
Bolt ready.
Don't you? The forest is aware.
It's time they learn.
The forest.
United, bring it on!
Let me.
A storm.
Don't you dare call me Captain Hook.
It's time they learn.
Oh. Shoutouts to Reboy for clearing chapter
Don't you dare
N26.
call me Captain Hook.
Legend.
I have two. It just hasn't registered yet.
Legend. It all adds up. Helps the stream a lot.
Yes. No, Reloy has even got up to level Seahall level 5 on mine, I think too.
Huh?
He's gotten to level 5 on mine as well.
Can't hear you too well.
He's gotten to mine on level 5 as well.
He's just up there with like both games open at the same time, like in two windows next to each other, just grinding.
Don't you dare call me.
A storm gathers.
United we fight!
Dun, 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 dun.
A storm gathers.
United we fight!
Whoa, damn. She kicks off.
United we...
A storm.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Let me heal your wound.
Stream on for another 23 minutes. My game when we get it.
Jump on yours soon.
Yeah, I'll get up to that. Where I can join the guild.
Yeah, yeah.
Perseverance
Wait,
paid
did you
off.
want to join the guild and do that do a quick guild boss?
United we...
A storm.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Let me heal your wound.
Let the frivolity begin.
Perseverance paid off. United we fight.
Don't you dare call me Captain Hook.
Let me heal your wound.
A storm gathers.
Don't you dare call me Captain Hook.
Bring it on.
Don't you dare call me Captain Hook.
United we fight!
Let me heal your wound.
The forest is aware.
A storm gathers.
United we fight! Bring it on!
A storm gathers.
Bring it on!
None of you will leave this place alive!
Bring it on! United we fight!
My ship. My...
Suck that punch!
A storm gathers.
It's time they learn.
Let me heal your wound.
Suck that punch! Suck that punch!
Trust the elements, trust in me. They could not withstand the storm.
Smash it.
My ship. My crew. My rules.
Bring it on!
Let me heal your wound.
Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby. Salvage time, baby.
A well-deserved victory.
Bring it on! United we fight!
My ship, my crew, my rule.
It's time they learn.
A storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound.
Salvage time, baby.
Suck that punch!
We must pull back.
Ho ho! Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
My blood, feast on our intrusion.
Bring it on!
Devour them. Avenge your siblings. I'll do anything to protect my babies. Your death will be slow and agonizing.
A storm gathers.
My ship, shares, according to the codex.
The battle ends with a chittering the heroes revel in their victory.
Bring it on! United we fight!
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Suck that punch!
It's time they learn.
A storm gathers.
Suck that punch!
Let me heal your wound.
Salvage time, baby.
Suck that punch!
Let thunder cleanse their souls.
Ho ho! Easy peasy, lemon squeezy! Bring it on!
My ship, my crew, my rules.
It's time they learn.
United we fight!
Let me heal your wound.
A storm gathers.
perseverance paid off.
Ready more than ever. Set it.
Bring it on!
My ship, my crew, my rules.
It's time they learn.
United we fight!
A storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound.
The forest is aware. Salvage time, baby.
Suck that punch!
Let thunder cleanse their souls.
No one injured. A brilliant victory.
Fresh ingredients. Skulls, limbs, eyeballs. Some say they are my hoardings. I call them my collection.
My blades are always ready.
United we...
A storm.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Suck that puss. I don't even know what he's saying.
me heal your wound.
I've made $8 so far. Right here in the I've been finally making money game.
The captain is to have 2 full shares, according to the codex.
United,
A store.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Yeah,
Let me heal your wound.
Reach city level 11. And then other ones are like buy packs and stuff.
perseverance paid off.
My stream's probably hearing that anyway.
United,
A store.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Let me heal your wound.
Yeah, I can do that. It's just that we can't skip them at the moment. I don't want to do the auto. That's something we should do off screen. So I'm just trying to limit it.
I just need to wait for you.
Yeah, I'm like 2 or 3 off. This is the last one now anyway. We just need to get to level 11.
The captain is to have 2 full shares, according to the codex.
My blades are always ready.
That was out of one of the free summons. Yeah, no, it was, but I knew I was going to tap out in a minute. It's pretty cool.
And so I've graced you with my presence.
You have my blades now.
We must pull back. an advisor?
Bring it on!
My blades are always ready.
Suck that punch!
My ship, my crew, my rules.
United we fight!
A storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound.
Hear me and rejoice.
The forest is aware.
Let thunder cleanse their souls.
You have my blades now.
Perseverance paid off.
Bring it on!
My blades are always ready.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
A storm gathers.
United we fight!
Hear me and rejoice.
Suck that punch!
Let me heal your wound.
You have my blades now.
Let thunder cleanse their souls. Need an advisor?
Suck that punch!
The forest is aware. Salvage time, baby.
No one injured. A brilliant victory.
United we fight!
My blades are always ready.
Bring it on!
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Soak that punch!
A storm gathers.
Mechanical troubles.
Let me heal your wound.
The curse persists.
Hear me and rejoice.
The captain is to have 2 full shares, according to the codex.
Got the deal, mate.
My blades are always ready.
Hear me and rejoice.
My blades are always ready.
Don't you dare call me Captain Hook.
A storm gathers.
United we fight!
Bring it on!
Let me heal your wound.
Hear me and rejoice.
The forest is aware.
Bring it on!
United we fight!
The forest is aware.
Let me heal your wound.
My blades are always ready.
A storm gathers.
Hear me and rejoice.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
You have to. Okay. Are you fighting it? You can fight it.
Suck that punch!
Trust in
You have my blades now. You have my blades now.
Suck that punch!
I am the priestess of the light.
Suck that punch! Mechanical problems.
Salvage time.
lightning guides.
You have my blades now.
The curse persists.
Fall back. For now.
The captain is to have 2 full shares, according to the codex.
I think we just got to whittle it down. Because now it says 99% after I attacked it. I don't know how to defeat the dragon together to get like double rewards, but I don't know how to do that yet.
I'm gonna fight it now. All for it. Yeah, I think I know what it means. Just like we're just gonna defeat this. We're gonna keep fighting it until we've defeated it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get 2 attempts a day each.
Bring it on! United we fight!
My blades are always ready.
Hear me and rejoice.
A storm gathers.
Let me heal your wound. The forest is aware. My ship, my crew, my rules.
Need an advisor.
Suck that punch!
Let thunder cleanse their souls.
These nets.
You have my blades now.
Mechanical problems.
Need an advisor.
Trust the elements.
You have my blades now.
Smashing it.
My blades now.
The curse persists.
Fall back. For now. Perseverance paid off.
Oh, 140.
How many times have you gone it?
I've done it twice now.
Huh?
I've done it twice. 2 times. It's at 98%.
Oh. Ooh.
Yeah.
That was nuts.
Bring it on!
My blades are always ready.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
United we fight!
Mechanical problems.
Holding on by a fucking limb.
A storm gathers.
heal your wound.
The forest is aware.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. United we fight!
A storm gathers.
United we fight! Bring it on!
Let me heal your wound.
Hear me and rejoice.
Ready to smash!
You have
Need an advisor.
Free as a birdie.
Bring it on! United we fight!
my blades are always ready.
My ship, my crew, my rules.
Suck that punch!
A storm gathers.
Hear me and rejoice.
Let me heal your wound.
Suck that punch!
My plan has finally come to fruition.
What? Not even a hello? You know, I'm suddenly... You want me to go back alone? How thoughtless!
Mont, can you hear me?
playing Call of... promoting a heat. The wall is our city's most important when our city is... The invasion of the Darklings in Dragon Trail. There's no time to lose.
Face the flame!
Seer's United Merchants Guild of once per day. The number of My lord, our wisest shot.
Can't go anywhere. I've heard people call it. First Tamaris gets covered in that. We ought to destroy this stuff right away, Chief.
Just a moment. Take a look at this.
If Mana Stone really...
The ritual, who knows if we can...
But that's... We don't know the...
If Mana... Except for the... I would need...
Dragon glass. Someone made a dagger. But that stuff's... How much do you think you'll need, Ogren? It ain't gonna come cheap. Anything you need, but the Night of Burning Star... I don't know if they'll have dragon glass at the bazaar.
Please allow...
The prophecies had been forgotten. We obsessed over old grudges, repeating our tragic past. Hatred thrived, growing stronger. We struggled for victory, ignorant of the chaos to come. Darkness has fallen. The end is nigh. We are in grave danger. How do we fight destiny? Darkness has shrouded the land of Tamaris. You are the warrior spoken of in prophecy. The fate of the realm lies in your hands. Please, select a faction.
Big decisions. Big decisions.
The plan has no use for weakness. The light shall bring us victory.
May the moon bless all beings.
The plan has no use for weakness.
Starting hero. Let's go.
From the frozen mountains to the vast plains, our conquests once stretched across Tamaris. With our ancestors watching over us, the glory of the Orcish race was forged in the blood of our enemies, and mighty Wilderberg was founded. But all our pride was for naught. The cunning humans and elves blocked our path to conquest, and our efforts failed to bring us glory. Darkness has fallen, as prophecy foretold. The night of burning stars has brought our greatest enemy to our lands. And yet, it has stirred the blood of our brothers like never before. We have waited far too long. Conquer the behemoths of legend, and tomorrow shall know the glory of Wilderberg once more. My lord, I am Ogren. As a shaman, I bring you the teachings of the ancestors.
Thank you, shaman.
Darkness has fallen upon the land, as prophecy foretold. The spirit of the ancestors will lead us to victory against it.
Guys. Thank you. Prophecy foretold, the spirits of the ancestors will lead us to victory once again.
But before we can do so, we must ensure that the darkness cannot conquer us first.
What should we do?
We must learn to survive in the mist, just as our ancestors did.
Oh, yeah, man.
To build a strong homeland, we need resources. First, we must build a lumber mill.
No, I don't want to put it there. I don't want to put it there! Guess I have to put it there. Yeah, gold meters are filling up, mate. Tis working.
We have all the wood we require. Next, we need to strengthen our wall. A strong wall will protect us in the future. Well done, my lord.
Thank you.
Next, we must train axemen. They will be at the forefront of our campaigns of conquest.
Some axemen going.
Warriors, we will protect Wilderberg with glory and rage.
Good job.
Excellent. Another step on the path to greatness, my lord.
My lord, a warrior from the Greyclaw clan has come to our city. He says he saw something in the mist.
The big brute dudes.
Something real dangerous.
The big brute dudes. I must speak with him.
Name's Bakar, my lord. I bring news from the mountains. I was tracking a beast, but in the mist I caught sight of a dragon.
A dragon? What?
I know what I saw, shaman. And there were these foul things slaughtering their way through every village in its path. I've killed 1,000 monsters, but I ain't seen anything like them. Monstrous demons they were. So I had to warn you, my lord. The prophecy. This darkness could be worse than we ever thought.
Foul things. Monstrous demons. These must be the Darklings spoken of in prophecy.
Those foul things.
How could they have turned a dragon to their side?
How dare they?
No matter. We will crush any enemy. Even dragons will fear the great rebirth of Wilderberg.
Wilderberg. Report.
My lord, there's some suspicious-looking types outside the city.
No.
They're all gathered around a Thunder Rock. They're up to something.
What are they doing? Don't talk now then.
Maybe you need my help, my lord. Dealing with monsters is my specialty.
Oh, goddamn. Welcome.
Thank you, warrior. Before you leave, come with me to the arena and take an artifact. It will bring you great strength.
What do we get? Oh, goddamn.
I'm stronger now. Thank you for the gift, my lord. May the ancestors watch over us. Onward! I'll teach them all a lesson.
Quick! The ritual is almost complete!
Demons, get back where you belong! Sneak attack?
Get him. Get him. Get him.
Wakelings.
Yeah. Dogs. Yes, we said mama. Don't hurt us, mama.
What's this? It's power. It gives me the creeps. We showed the Darklings who's boss. This stone. They were using it to control the Thunder Rock. I can feel the darkness inside it.
We've never seen anything like this before, my lord. It's a complete mystery. Give it to me. I'm sure the ancestors will help me to understand the link between this stone and the prophecy.
You better.
I have a feeling it could be key to helping us master the power of dragons.
Let's hope so.
I will do all I can for Wilderberg, my lord. We must stay on guard against the Darklings. Dragons, too.
Got some kind eyes.
Please, send a scout out into the mist. If we are to conquer it, we must know what dangers lurk within.
My lord, mountains and rivers are no impediment to us centaurs. I will help you to explore the mist.
I'll be back in no time.
My lord, our scout has left the city. He will For now, we must continue to build our homeland and reignite the conquering spirit of the orcs. The Wilder Hall is the heart of our city. It is the foundation of our homeland and represents our boundless As we finish quests, this place will grow into a city filled with valiant warriors. Do not grow complacent, my lord. Wilder...
Supplies discovered.
Where to next?
Main quests out of the way. Get those resources.
The great disaster spoken of in prophecy has come to pass. We must drive out the darkness and reclaim our glory. Deploying legions to defeat darklings will grant you hero experience and war sport.
Enemies, dead ahead!
It was about time.
Enemies, dead ahead!
The upgrade to our Wilder Hall will be complete in 5 minutes. Construction complete.
What is it? Good to see you again, Chief. Been so busy fighting recently, I feel like we ain't had the chance to talk. Oh, living's pretty good here. The food and drink here is different from what you get up north, that's for sure. But the most interesting thing's the people. Especially the way they fight. In the Grey Claw clan, we've been dealing with beasts in the mountains for years. Hunting them is how we learn how to fight. I always thought that was the best way to fight. But sometimes I think going in too strong can be a little lacking in technique. I've seen a lot of new ways to fight since I got here. It's taught me a lot. If I could swap a few pointers with everybody, I'm sure it'd be useful. Or it'd be great to spar with you, too. if you get the chance. By the way, I picked this stuff up from my last battle. I'd like you to have it, to say thanks for looking out for me.
Alright, I'm gonna hop off for a bit. I need to deal with babies and stuff, but I will be back.
Greetings, mortal. I am Aphius. I have been sent from Whitewing Peak to join you. Such is the will of the Oracle. I will obey your commands and protect the destiny of Tamaris. This is the first time in accordance with your mortal customs. Please accept this gift in recognition of this fact.
Burn!
The 2022 Intelligent Money British GT Championship races towards its halfway point as the teams and drivers arrive at Donington Park for the first of 2 visits to the East Midlands circuit this year. For the second time in as many weeks, a 3-hour race beckons, and if it's anything like our most recent round, the Silverstone 500, we're in for a real treat. British GT's blue ribboned event lived up to all the hype as Adam Ballon led an all-Lamborghini front row to the start of the 3-hour race. It was Stellar Motorsports Audi which led from pole in GT4, but it wasn't long before the first major drama unfolded. Richard Neary tangled with James Cottingham as they fought for third place. Ian Loggy was collected as well, and all 3 of the Mercedes AMGs suffered damage. Another Mercedes was soon pointing the wrong way, Chris Froggatt looping his car at the loop. And it wasn't just the Mercedes hitting early trouble. Mia Fluitt's McLaren also suffering early damage and dropping down the order. As Loggy brought his Ram racing car back to the pits for repairs, it was then the turn of the GT4 leader to have a spin, with Richard Williams going around at Village. Multiple places were lost, but thankfully no damage done. Back in GT3, Ballon was under fire from Alex Maliakin, and the pair touched as the Red Line Racing driver snatched the lead, a robust pass for which Maliakin was later penalised. One of the best battles of the opening hours between Tom Rawlings and Jordan Collard, with the latter moving his Toyota into third place with a lovely move at the loop. The battle continued to rage on until Collard suffered a right rear puncture, from which he was lucky to escape without spinning. Into the middle part of the race, and Enduro Motorsport were making good progress, here passing the Garage 59 McLaren, which was also a threat for the win all day. Sadly though, the Balf Motorsport Audi, which had been one of the stars of the show at Alton Park, slowed with an apparent puncture, taking it out of contention. The variety on show in GT4 this year is immense, and it was a BMW, Aston Martin, Ford Mustang scrap for third place, which attracted much of the attention as the race approached half distance, Matt Cowley pulling off some impressive moves to get to the front of that group. Enduro Motorsport clashed with the Rocket RJN McLaren at Farm, with both cars looking to avoid damage. Enduro would later lose more time in the pits when the fire extinguisher went off. At the front though, Adam Ballon and Sandy Mitchell claimed the narrowest of victories over Garage 59, while Newbridge Motorsport came out on top in a very competitive GT4 class. So, the RAC trophy belongs to Barwell Motorsport this season. Darren Turner and Matt Topham, meanwhile, celebrated another GT4 win and left Silverstone second in the points. Last time we raced at Donington, it was Enduro Motorsport who claimed their first ever British GT race win, marking a significant season-long improvement for both Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clutton.
It was a real story last year where, unfortunately at the first round we didn't even make the first lap, to come into the last round and, having a real good performance. As a team, both drivers did well, the team performed well, it was faultless, and yeah, we got a mega win, and it was quite magical for us as a team, for me to run the team as well. I never thought I'd be running a British GT team and winning overall. It's great for me. I'm only young in team manager world, but we did it. I've got great guys behind me supporting me and doing that. So I couldn't have done it without any of them. But yeah, mega year last year, learning, doing our homework, and coming back this year to try and improve on that.
Also victorious at the Donington Decider last year were Academy Motorsport. Matt Cowley is looking to repeat that this year, now alongside Canadian Marco Signoretti.
It's great. Competition's really good, and going to tracks like this, I learn a ton. So I'm looking forward to every time I hit the track. And Mustang's obviously a bit bigger than a Nissan Micra, but I do have a fair amount of seat time in the GT4 itself, so pretty comfortable with the cars. It's more or less just learning the Pirelli, which is new for me, and the circuits we go to.
Yeah, it's not been the best season so far. We've had a bit of bad luck and just struggled a bit at the opening rounds, but usually do pretty well here, so looking to turn it around, and it's looking good so far. It's just a good track for us. It works with the BOP that we get, and with the Mustang especially means we can take a lot of curb around here. Stuff like that helps us out around here, and just means that we usually have a good running.
So it is time nearly for the fourth round of the Intelligent Money British GT Championship to get underway here at Donington Park for the second race in a row. It's a 3-hour encounter that awaits the teams and drivers. Always enjoy these races. They're a little bit longer, but they are certainly never dull. And with the strategic element thrown in there with these 3 mandatory pit stop and driver changes, it's always the kind of race that keeps us guessing to the very end. It's quite a lovely day here at Donington Park, actually. The sun is shining, the ambient temperature's creeping into the high teens, the track temperature quite a bit warmer, and the fans here are very much looking forward to 3 hours of non-stop action around the Donington Park circuit. Many of them are heading down onto the grid now to get a closer look at the cars. Andy McEwen up here in the commentary box. Down amongst all of the action will be Bryn Lucas, our roving reporter, and I'm secretly quite jealous of him because in amongst these GT cars is a fantastic place to be. And I think that Bryn has already found a very special guest here at Donington to have a chat with. Bryn, good afternoon.
Look, don't worry, Andy. Don't be jealous of me. There's many other people that are far, far better placed than me. But I am here right now in the pits with Julian Penniston-Hill from Intelligent Money, the CEO of Intelligent Money, our title sponsor. And it's great to see you here, and a great grid as well. You've been here before, Donington last year for the Donington Decider.
Yeah, the Decider. It was a fantastic day. Absolutely fantastic.
But coming here for this one here, July last year threw up quite a lot of excitement out there. Are you hoping for a clean race or a lot of excitement?
I'm hoping to see more cars finish than last time. Yeah, last July was it was exciting. Yeah, very exciting. But 30 grid line start today, fantastic.
Well, as you say, a huge grid, 30-car grid, 17 on GT3, 13 GT4, including the one behind you, that Team Brit car, which I know you've got your eyes on.
I do. Very pleased to see Team Brit here. Very much behind what they're doing, bringing people with disabilities into racing. It's fantastic. It's really great to see.
And for you, the involvement of Intelligent Money, you've got another few years left on this deal, haven't you?
We do, yeah, we're here. Well, it seems like we've always been here, to be quite honest. It's third year now, so it's great, but there's a lot more to come.
Great stuff, that's what we want to hear. Julian, thank you so much. Andy, there you go, there's Julian, back up to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Bryn. Bryn Lucas going to be digging out all of the breaking news up and down the pit lane. Now, as I said, I'm up here in the commentary box, and I'll be joined when the race gets underway by Joe Osborne, who is a factory McLaren driver. He was on the podium, actually, at the Silverstone 500 in the GT3 class just a couple of weeks ago. So he knows his stuff. He knows what it takes to be a GT driver. And Joe, you found yourself back in your natural habitat now, down in the pit lane, and you can maybe talk us through exactly what's going through the drivers' heads as we head into the final preparations for the race.
Yeah, thank you, Andy, for the kind words. I feel like an animal here in my nice habitat, and we see the pole-sitting Enduro McLaren here. We're in the final throes of getting the car ready. Some new Pirelli tyres going on. They're about 100 degrees out of the oven, so they'll already be hot. If you come in here with me, you'll get to see inside the cockpit of the McLaren. Really claustrophobic. We have a safety net here, a radio system so you can talk to the driver, to the team, and then all in here, the cockpit. Morgan, one word. What are you saying?
One word, I want to deliver a result for the team. They've given us a great car all season and just need to try and convert this pole position to a win. That'd be a great day, obviously.
Awesome. More than one word, but I'll let him off. But you can really see inside these cockpits how claustrophobic these cars can be. You'll see the car now will drop onto the floor from its air jacks. The car controller in front with the lollipop will raise that when it's clear. The pit lane is a busy place here at Donington Park. It's a full grid, so in the race it's going to be very interesting to see if there's a safety car, for example, how busy it gets. Pull away nice and smooth, don't want the wheel spin and lose any of that new tyre grip. And then he has to stay on the pit limiter all the way to that green light where he will release the car and make his way to the grid. Exciting times.
Really is, and the reason I say I'm jealous in a way not to be down there is that when you're in and around the pit lane at the start or at any point really during a race like this, it is just an incredible atmosphere. It's this really strange mix of nerves, anticipation, excitement, the drivers going through all of the emotions as they get ready to go racing over what I said is a 3-hour race, but don't be put off by the length of the race, because these 3-hour races, as we saw at Silverstone last time out, they're always exciting. As I said, you've got this strategic element, 180 minutes then, 3 mandatory driver changes, which is one more pit stop really than the teams would like to make. They'd ideally pit at the end of the first hour and at the end of the second hour, but instead they have to throw an extra pit stop in there somewhere. Now, there are no pit windows. You can pit whenever you like within the 3 hours. However, neither of your drivers can do more than 100 minutes of the 180 combined, so you have to factor that in. You want to maximise your quicker driver, get them out there for as much of that 100-minute stint as they can. The minimum pit stop times for GT3 and GT4 vary slightly. 110 seconds for GT3. That is between pit entry line and pit exit line, including the stop as well. 140 seconds for GT4, and in the GT4 class, the Silver Cup cars have an extra 14 seconds to serve at the stops as well. And there are, for the first time this season, success penalties to be served in the race, and those will be served at the third and final pit stop. So the 3 teams that were classified as the top 3 point-scoring finishers at Silverstone last out within both GT3 and GT4 have extra time to serve. So in GT3, it's the Barwell Motorsport car of Adam Ballon and Sandy Mitchell. They won last time. At their third and final pit stop, they spend 20 seconds longer in the pits than than anybody else. The Red Line Racing and Lamborghini of Alex Maliakin and James Dorlin have a 15-second success penalty, and Assetto Motorsport getting themselves a podium finish last time at Silverstone, and their reward 10 seconds extra in the stops. It's the same story then for those top three in GT4. Now, last summer, when we raced here at Donington Park, it was Team ABBA Racing on the top step of the podium. Bryn, what do you reckon? Can they do it again today?
Yeah, Andy, behind me, Rich has just pulled into position. Sam Neary's here as well. Now, this was a happy hunting ground for you two last year. What can you do from this position on the grid?
Yeah, we're definitely moving forward. You know, we think an average quali, P5, so, you know, it's in the mix. But on the inside, turn one, we've got nothing to lose in the championship. You know, we're 12th in the championship, so we need to make up a few points. So we won't finish 5th, we'll probably finish a lot higher.
Starting on the right-hand side, the inside does mean you've got to drift over to the left-hand side. What's the message to Richard for the start of this race?
Try and keep out of trouble. No damage is obviously the key. We know Redgate tightens at the midpoint, so it always causes a collision. And there's a few feisty boys up at the front, so hopefully stay out of trouble, but you know, if there's a gap, go for it.
Got to be in it to win it. Look, good luck.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
I like that. A few feisty boys at the front of the grid, including your father, Richard, who I think I've referred to as feisty on more than one occasion. But do you know what? It paid off for him here last year, Richard Neary, when he went from the very back of the GT3 grid and led the race halfway around the first lap. Granted, he was helped a little bit by an unfortunate shunt at turn one, but Richard, we know, is never backwards and coming forwards in the opening stints of the race. That car will start from 5th place on the grid. Pole position is taken by the car that Joe was taking a closer look at in the pit lane, the Enduro Motorsport car. They were our other Donington Park winners in 2021, because as we have this year, there were 2 visits to Donington last season. The first one in the summer, it was Team ABBA on top, and then the Donington Decider, the last round of the championship, was won by Enduro Motorsport. They weren't contending for the championship that day, but they were able to get themselves onto the top step of the podium, and they were fastest in both of the GT3 qualifying sessions yesterday. So they've got good pace. Morgan Tilbrook will start from pole position. In GT4, it's Stella Motorsport on pole position. Richard Williams will start from pole. Selin Fielding, his co-driver. They've had a great start to the season, haven't they, Bryn?
Hi guys, so now at the slight back of the grid, but nothing offensive to you, Zen, and your teammate Richard. Pole position in the GT4 class. Beautiful car, beautiful driver. What's the expectations for the race today?
Obviously, it's a 3-hour race. Anything can happen. We're obviously in the prime position here, but I think we can only focus on our job. There's so many other things going on, especially when the GT3 start coming back through and lapping us. We've just got to get our heads down, try and keep a clean race, and our aim for today is just get some points for the championship. We're in a very good position now, so as long as we keep with the consistency, that's our #1 goal.
I'm sold on it, so I believe in you. What's the strongest point of the Audi, and then what's its weakest compared to the other GT4 competitors?
So far, I think we've seen in the last sector is probably one of our weakest points, but this car in a race run is unbelievable. It's so consistent, and especially for me and Richard driving, the team have done such a good job getting it in the window where we can just do like an hour stint, and it's just nice for the driver. And you know what you've got underneath you, so we can kind of push on or just need to be consistent and keep edging our way.
Perfect. Thank you, mate. You didn't tell me your weakness, but that's fine. From one beautiful man to another, Bryn, who have you got, mate?
Ian, you're sitting in quite a good position here, aren't you, on the left-hand side, but you've got your work cut out ahead of you. You're equal as well, leading in the championship, but a lot of dust has now settled after what's been going on. How do you keep your eyes on the prize and yourself focused?
Yeah, as you say, we're sitting in a good position here. We're on the second row. It's always a little bit more difficult than the outside, but we just got to be focused, make sure that we get no damage, and get the first, second lap out of the way. Things will start to thin out, and then really press on with the race. It's a 3-hour race, so I think our car's in the window this weekend. We're in good shape, so as long as we stay out of trouble, we'll be in the mix, I'm sure.
And you've got to your right-hand side Alan Ballon, behind you you've got Balf, and over to your shoulder on the right-hand side as well you've got Richard Neary. So there's a lot of people around you that are going to be vying for this first corner.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be the case, and let's just hope everyone's sensible. Certainly Adam on the right and 2 guys in front are very sensible, and they'll do the right thing, I'm sure, so I'll do the same.
Well, best of luck. Now there you go, that's Ian Logie. Now Joe's further up the grid there. Joe, who are you with?
5 seconds.
This car was mighty quick.
So, Rob Bell, we had a theme of beautiful men, and now we've got yourself. Excited about the race? Obviously a one-off appearance for you in British GT. It's a championship you know well. If we were going for expectations, what are they for you?
Well, coming into the race, obviously you've got high expectations, and it's brilliant to be here. You know, it's a great championship. I love Donington, and obviously you've got a fantastic car. Unfortunately, we haven't quite performed as we want to yet. Just struggling to get the car in the right window of opportunity for the tyre, and we're just working on some setup changes, and maybe even in the race we've changed some stuff for the race, so it might suit us for the longer stint. So yeah, we're kind of come in with big expectations, and we've maybe tempered them off a little bit. But look, it's a long race, so we'll see how we go.
Perfect, mate. Best of luck for you. I think we've got good things. I think outside podium is my shout for this car. I'm going to give it back to you, Andy, in the box. What do you know, mate?
Let's see, shall we? What I know is that we have got an entertaining afternoon ahead of us, that's for sure, and fantastic variety out on track. We've seen Porsches going well within the GT3 category, and early in the season, the Balf Motorsport Audi, which actually is the joint championship leading car in GT3. They won the first race at Alton Park, but didn't have a brilliant result last time out at Silverstone, and Bryn Lucas, I think, has found the Balf team down on the grid. Bryn, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that I was talking to Ian Loggy a few moments ago, the championship leader. Well, another guy that's also a championship leader is Sean Balfe, and you're directly behind him, aren't you?
Yeah, we've got eyes on him, should I say? Yeah, prefer it to be the other way round, of course, but yeah, it's a long race, as I'm sure everybody's saying. Navigate lap 1, hopefully, and then see how the race pans out. It's really hard race, Donington, because of the GT4 traffic. Those guys are scrapping so hard. They don't want to lose time. So it's about passing the traffic safely, getting the pit stops done efficiently, and a bit of driving in the middle, I suppose.
It's staying cool, calm and collected, isn't it? And also, it's a 3-hour race, and so you do have to get all the way through it. Up to that first corner, that drag to the first corner, over your shoulders, your right-hand side there, is Richard Neary. So you're going to try and get ahead of him, or just see what happens?
Yeah, it's really difficult to try and predict. You just got to be spontaneous and able to react quickly. So, I mean, you always need a bit of luck in these situations, so we'll see what the racing gods have got in store for us.
Yeah, let's see how Lady Luck is performing this afternoon. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Bryn. Well, as you probably heard in the background, they're starting to clear the grid now. We're only a few minutes away from getting this 4th round of the championship underway. Drivers who are not starting the cars heading back to the pit lane. This is the car that starts on the outside of the front row, by the way, the 2Cs Motorsports Mercedes of James Cottingham. He will start the car, and started the car at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago too, but tangled, unfortunately, with Richard Neary, Andy and Loggy halfway around the opening lap. So it's not been the start of the season that 2Cs would have hoped or arguably expected. 1 top 5 finish and 2 non-points finishes for them so far, but they start second. Certainly looked as though the Mercedes AMGs were quick. We've got 3 of them inside the top 5 on the grid, but interestingly, they're sort of surrounding the 2 mid-engine cars, the McLaren of Enduro Motorsport and the Lamborghini Barwell Motorsport, 1st and 3rd respectively. So Donington, as we were talking about in qualifying yesterday, does seem to be one of those circuits which almost suits the different cars fairly equally. The front-engine cars go well through the high-speed stuff, the mid-engine cars through some of the tighter stuff, and then you factor in that rear-engine Porsche for Team Parker Racing as well, which was quick in practice but only qualified 11th, and you've got all the ingredients for quite a mixed-up race. And that's just in GT3. GT4 oftentimes has been even more eventful than GT3 in a few races this season. Certainly at Silverstone, we saw some tremendous fighting in the GT4 ranks. Yes, the Stellar Motorsport team are leading the championship at the moment, and yes, they've won 2 of the first 3 races of the season, and yes, they're on pole today, but I don't think they're going to have it all their own way. They've got that extra time to spend in the pit lane because they're a Silver Cup car and they're carrying a success penalty for the last stop. But yeah, it's going to be a fascinating race either way. Stay tuned for the next 3 hours of action here at Donington Park. The last chance to have a look at the cars on the grid. The grid starting to clear. The environment around the drivers starts to get quieter and quieter before all of the noise of the race start takes over. And what a breathtaking view it is. And I was saying just now, Joe Osborne, who joins me back up here in the commentary box, that I get jealous sometimes that I can't be down there, because on the grid, the moments before the race, surrounded by these beautiful cars and these these hugely talented drivers, it's quite the atmosphere.
100%. The tension is palpable. You can feel it. It's not just the drivers, it's the mechanics, there's team owners, the sponsors. You've got all of these cars, and fundamentally, all of them want the first bit of track at turn number 1 where possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic atmosphere down there and a great sight of the grid, and little behind-the-scenes footage there of how we get that shot. A braver man than me. I don't think you'd get me on that segue, even if you paid me. But yeah, fantastic view of the British GT lineup. What a lineup we've got this year. I mean, such a cracking grid of cars. We've got 30 of them set to do battle here around the Grand Prix layout at Donington, a circuit that the teams and drivers know well, and a circuit that we know always does produce good racing. It's not the easiest of circuits to overtake at, Joe, but I kind of like that. It shouldn't be too easy. You should have to fight for your track position.
Yeah, definitely. The flowing nature of Donington is beautiful in driving and to view, but the overtaking then becomes difficult. Sector 3, it becomes tight and twisty, so we have the back straight into turn 9, 10 chicane. 9 is a good overtaking point, not the best. It then follows into 11. It's a 180-degree hairpin, and it's 5th gear down to 1st, so that's a large braking zone. So it's possible to send one down the inside, and it's a similar story at the last corner. So you have 3 great opportunities to overtake. All of them are at the end of the lap. And I think what I like about that is that if you're stuck behind a slower car, you have to be patient. The first 9 corners are hard to overtake, and then suddenly you get given 3 opportunities in one go, essentially. So it's hard to get right.
It is, certainly. This is how they will line up then for round number 4 of the Intelligent Money British GT Championship. Morgan Tilbrook on pole in his McLaren with James Cottingham's 2Cs Mercedes alongside. Row number 2 for Adam Ballon of Barwell Motorsport, and Ram Racing, Ian Loggy, the joint championship leader. Row number 3 then is where we find Richard Neary and Sean Balfe in the other joint championship leading car, the Audi. Before row 4, where we find John Ferguson, new teammate for him this weekend, and Michael Igo for WPI Motorsport. Back end of the top 10, Mark Sansom's Assetto Bentley with Alex Maliakin alongside. Both of those cars will have success penalties to serve later on. Nick Jones, former race winner here at Donington with Team Park Racing, is 11th alongside Nick Halstead's Fox Motorsport McLaren. Then it's Mia Fluitt, another McLaren. Stuart Proctor in the Greystone GT McLaren. They think they found something on the car in warm-up that hopefully will make them a bit quicker. Calvin Fletcher had issues in warm-up earlier on for Paddock Motorsport. He starts 15th alongside Simon Watts. Towards the back then of the GT3 field, we have Betty Chen, the Taiwanese driver for Century Motorsport. And then we're into the GT4 category, where Stella Motorsport were dominant in qualifying, and their Audi, started by Richard Williams, has the pole position with Matt Topham alongside. Top 2 cars in the championship, top 2 places on the grid. Jamie Day was fast yesterday. In fact, both drivers for our racing were. Their Aston starts 3rd alongside Marco Signoretti, the Canadian driver for Academy Motorsport in the Mustang. Tom Edgar's Toyota is 5th within GT4, followed by Ross Wiley, who's been impressive all season long. Row 4 within the GT4 ranks then, it's Will Burns' BMW and Tom Rawlings' BMW, the 2 Century Motorsport Beamers there sharing a row of the grid. Then it's Joe Wheeler in the Assetto Ginetta, Ashley Marshall's Paddock Motorsport McLaren, and then right at the back of the field on the back row, Aaron Morgan for Team Brit, and Ed McDermott in the Motus One Racing McLaren will not quite round out the grid, because Jamie Orton, who had issues in qualifying yesterday for Team Parker Racing, will be on the back row of the grid all by himself. So, 30 cars, 3 hours, 3 pit stops. No driver can do more than 100 minutes, so you've got to time those pit stops well. There are a few clouds looming overhead. There are a couple of whispers of a shower or 2 along the way. One thing I can tell you for sure, though, is that round number 4 of the Intelligent Money British GT Championship is not to be missed. We're racing towards the halfway point of what is a hugely competitive championship. And what happens over the next 3 hours will no doubt shape the end conclusion of our 2022 season. 2 by 2 to the line then. The green lights go on. We're away and racing here at Donington Park. And Morgan Tilbrook holds the inside line. James Cottingham on the outside has his nose ahead, but isn't quite as late on the brakes. Yes, he is. Goes right round the outside of the McLaren. There's almost contact. And still they are wheel to wheel off the corner. Looks like Cottingham has done it, though. He carried the momentum around the outside at Redgate and gets the 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes into the race lead. Tilbrook 2nd, Loggy 3rd, Ballon there in 4th, and Richard Neary hot on his heels as they drop down through the old hairpin for the first time. A clean run through the first corner. And Joe, what a start from Cottingham.
Amazing. The outside line isn't the preferred one, hence why it's 2nd, not pole position, but the momentum that you mentioned was key. It was a wider line, but then that flow he had all the way down the crane is just, you could see the car creeping past from that rear view camera, and it's given him an amazingly clean start. There are 3 wide further back in the GT3 field, and the GT4s are all sensible as well. So far, I haven't seen any incidents.
Change for second in GT4 by the looks of it. In fact, second and third, because Matt Topham has lost a couple of positions. One to Josh Day, and then the other one was, I think, Signoretti in the Mustang going through. So 2 places lost for Newbridge. Still Stella Motorsports Audi, though, that will lead the GT4 field towards the end of lap number 1. Everyone cleaning through the chicane. Adam Ballard defending from Richard Neary. And Michael Igo goes diving up the inside of Mark Sansom's Bentley. Gets the inside line at the Melbourne hairpin and will move through. Nicely done. That's 7th place for Igo. And Alex Maliakin trying to follow him through as well in the red line car.
Yeah, definitely was one of the best overtaking spots I was talking about earlier, and has executed perfectly there. Now at the end of the first lap, we start to see who's got pace. The front 2 look like they're pretty much clear of the others in terms of that overall pace at the moment. Neary looks racy, that 5th car there. We're just picking up to the right shot, the green and black Mercedes AMG. We go on board with him. Let's see how that car rides through the Craner curves. We dive down the hill here. The road really falls away. This left's actually blind. It's that much of a dip. A little bit wide. He's too far to the right now, so this should give Ballon a chance to get a good exit and give us a bit of a gap. Track limits are hard on the exit. There's actually a sensor that if the car runs over, automatically takes the picture, and race control get them. 2 minutes of them, drive through penalty.
Over the curb there at the old hairpin. Got to be careful. James Cottingham had a spin there in warm-up, but it's funny, Joe, because we both... Oh, never mind. Off goes the Paddock GT4 McLaren, I think that is, isn't it? Down the Craner curves, and it will rejoin the circuit, but having damaged the car... Oh, no, and around goes Joe Wheeler as well in the Ginetta. So contact there, perhaps, as they were avoiding the McLaren. Joe Wheeler, who did no pre-event testing because he was taking his A-levels, wasn't even able to go out in the free practice sessions yesterday, got here in time for qualifying, and sadly his race already unravelling.
Yeah, well, that's the first world problem, right? Too much intelligence, you've got to do A-levels, and then enough skill to be racing in British GT. The Paddock GT4 McLaren was missing its headlight front right, so you're going to say it's front to rear contact that way, but both these cars should be flat through Craner, so closing speed shouldn't be a thing, and looks like it's gone down the inside, then had a wobble, and unfortunately the wobble's just drifted him into the Ginetta. It's really a pure racing incident. There's no malice there, and it's just an unfortunate... Oh, the timing of that is so unfortunate. Potentially cold tyres. Wheeler was fully innocent. There was a car gap on that inside, but unfortunately that moment that we had on the apex just sent him into it. That was super unfortunate. The McLaren, for me, is 50-50, whether that's damage they need to fix or they might be able to get to the end. Missing a headlight isn't ideal, it'll create more drag, but it's not going to be a mechanical issue, I hope, for them.
Oh, so unfortunate. Combination of cold tyres and also lifting just as it went over the crest. The back goes light and around he went. And poor old Joe Wheeler, completely innocent in all of that. That is already being investigated by the clerk of the course, I can tell you, so we'll let you know as and when they make some decisions. Now, Michael Igo looks one of the raciest drivers on the grid. We saw him make that brilliant move on Mark Sansom at the Melbourne hairpin. He has since gapped him, as off goes Richard Williams, the 2nd race in a row that Williams has been off the track in the early part of his stint. They started on pole, remember, at Silverstone. He got tapped into a spin at Village, and here at Donington, the Audi slow heading up the hill.
Yeah, it's not happy. As we first cut to it, the headlights were off, and then they came on, and I've just seen him go off again. So bottom of the old hairpin, looks like it's by himself, a little bit wide, and it's grippy on the tarmac, grippy on the curb, and then suddenly it goes to that dust, essentially. Now it's dry, and it's just spanning round. And these cars are very complex, so even running backwards for a split second will confuse the system into thinking it's got an issue wheel speed-wise. And I think it looks like he's trying to power cycle the car, so basically turning it off and on again. It sounded good on that fire-up, and it looked like it had some pace, so fingers crossed they can go. That car is so fast, I'm not going to write that off yet. We've got 2 hours, 55 minutes remaining, but they've got pace to burn, so it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Well, as I said, he had a spin in his first couple of laps at Silverstone, still came back to finish on the podium. So, yeah, absolutely, another 3-hour race, all the strategy you can play, certainly not counting them out just yet. Right, what that means is that this is now the fight for the lead in the GT4 category, because it is going to be Jamie Day in the R Racing Aston Martin, first season of racing in the championship for him and the team, indeed, with Marco Signoretti behind, again, in his first season in British GT, the Canadian driver, getting used to this Mustang, and this is a circuit where both the Aston and the Mustang have had prior success.
Yeah, definitely. And again, following on board, you see the dust getting kicked up in the face. That's one, because that's the fastest way round, but it's a nice thing to do to the guy behind to not let him see where he's going a little bit. And we see the BMW tucked up as well. So we've got 3 cars here. They might look quite similar, but they will feel so different. And we've seen the BMW looking particularly racy. And when you think about what these cars are doing to generate their lap time, it's amazing that you can make 3 cars so similar at a pace around such a varied lap here at Donington.
Yeah, and we saw much the same thing actually at Silverstone. In fact, these 3 cars got themselves together in a very good battle at Silverstone last time out. Now, Signoretti under pressure here because he's got the Century BMW of Will Burns right behind him. And Will Burns, we know how strong he is. And he gets a good exit there from the chicane. Will Burns, the reigning GT4 champion for Century Motorsport. And he's up the inside now for 2nd place, dropping down into the Melbourne hairpin. Superior exit from the chicane, inside line into the hairpin. Job done.
Yeah, interesting one. And I'm not trying to grass on anyone here, but Will Burns really cut turn 10, the right part of the chicane, to a point where he was definitely illegal track limits, but he gained an advantage overtaking. It's a really difficult one because you get a warning for track limit, but if you gain an advantage, you really shouldn't take a place from it. That one is really on the cusp of, was it just a track limit or was it gaining an unfair advantage? So Peter Daly, our race director, 7 minutes in, has already got quite a big decision to make for me up there.
Yes, and quite a few things to keep an eye on as well. We said that incident being investigated. Team manager of Paddock Motorsport has now been summoned to race control to discuss that contact between the 26 car and the number 56 Ginetta. So Will Burns then up into 2nd place in the BMW, drops his way down through the old hairpin. Signoretti trying to come back at him here though, on board with the Ford Mustang, the V8 rumble as he carries the speed up the hill. That thing really does have some ponies in a straight line, doesn't it? Forces Will Burns to defend into McLean's, but then it handles like a dream as well. Good mid-corner speed for the Mustang, can't get the overlap into Coppice, but a good opportunity here again, Joe, for a switch back down the back straight.
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously roles reversed from the previous lap where the BMW was behind him. Now we're on board. We're so tight to that car in front. You'll be getting the fumes off the exhaust, the heat off the engine and the brakes. So suddenly an already hot race car is becoming like a carbon monoxide sauna, and it is hard work. And if you've got an hour stint ahead of you, some of these guys will be having to pace themselves. And again, we see the BMW using the advantage of cutting the corner a little bit. I will mention track limits a lot, so let me explain a little bit. You get 4 warnings per hour. On the 5th offence, you get a drive-through penalty, which here at Donington Park is around 18 seconds of driving through the pit lane at 50 kilometres an hour. So it is a real hard, how hard do I push? Risk versus reward in its purest. As we cut back to the GT3 leaders, and it looks like they've got their own bit of track. The gap all the way back to Loggy now at 4.7 seconds, which these guys are really in a bit of a class of their own at this moment in time of their stints.
Yes, however, looming on the horizon is the GT4 pack, and as soon as they catch the traffic, that's when things can really start to change. Still Loggy 3rd there, Ballon 4th in the green Lamborghini, then it's Richard Neary, and then Michael Igo. So Igo got himself ahead of Sean Balfe's Audi, Igo the one on the move, and Richard Neary actually seems to be biding his time a bit here, doesn't he? I don't know whether maybe the car isn't quite underneath him, but Richard, we're used to seeing him sort of firing it up the inside at every opportunity. Takes a very tight line coming off the Melbourne hairpin there, and actually he's going to have to turn from attack to defence very soon.
Yeah, and that when you get that sandwich effect, sometimes you lose a bit of pace because the car in front of you holds you up, and then suddenly the guy behind has the run. And in these circumstances, you really need to be positive and on the front foot. If you're the guy moving forward, not only are you going to not lose position, but you're also not going to get any contact from the rear, potential bunching. So you really need to knuckle down and see what you got. It looks like Tilbrook's maybe found a little bit of pace. He's just done a purple Sector 1 on this lap, so that means it's the fastest Sector 1 we've had of the race so far. And it's going to be interesting now to see as the cars change. Not only tyre pressures as the fuel burns off, but we don't know what fuel any of these cars have. They might be fully fueled, so they could do in the region of 65 minutes, or they might have short fueled the car, so they're faster, but obviously their window becomes smaller for their strategy.
That's a good point, actually, and that, again, is one of the joys of not having set pit windows. You can be a lot more free on what you do to the car. Right, Matt Topham here, 4th in GT4 in the number 27 Aston Martin, but he's got quite the traffic jam behind him. Now, bear in mind that Matt is a bronze-graded driver, a full-on AM driver, surrounded here by silver-graded drivers. He's got behind him Tom Edgar and Tom Rawlings, and then Ross Wiley and Will Orton as well. 4 very quick drivers behind him, and they just can't find a way through. Now, granted, the Aston Martin is strong here at Donington, we know, but that's still an impressive job by Matt Topham to hang on to that 4th position. The GT3, meanwhile, race leaders up at Goddard, and I agree with you, Joe, this is going to be a good lap. It could be a new fastest lap of the race for Morgan Tilbrook. He comes through, and yes, goes purple, a 1:27.8, 3 tenths quicker than the leader, 4 tenths behind into Redgate Corner. Now, he's catching, yes, he's quicker, Where is the McLaren strong on the circuit compared to the Mercedes, though? Can he use that to make a move?
For me, the Mercedes is strong in Sector 2, so just the sector we're coming into now. Pretty even in Sector 1, what we could see there. And then Sector 3, it really depends on the grip of the car. The Mercedes front engine has a better entry to the corner of where the weight distribution is, and the McLaren being mid-engine, coupled with a carbon fibre chassis, means the traction is really strong. So this final sector that we're going to get into after the next right-hander of Coppice should be where the McLaren can start to excel. And what I would be saying to Morgan now is on that top right button of the steering wheel we looked at earlier is get your headlights on, be in the mirrors of Cottingham. Don't need to be flashing, don't need to be an angry Audi driver in the fast lane of the M1, but you just need to be showing yourself, just showing intent. It's all about that. We see the closing up on the brakes, so maybe the Mercedes is a bit heavier on fuel and that brake zone is elongated because of some extra weight. Purely speculation. You can see him actually going to the inside. I thought he was defending, but then the Audi GT4 pops into view and gives you a great insight to what we love about multi-class racing in British GT.
Absolutely, and it's about to get even more entertaining because as these cars head into Goddard's, I can tell you the rest of the GT4 pack have just gone through Redgate, so another couple of laps and they will be right onto the tail of that, what was it, 4th place battle in GT4. Just had a change for second in GT4 as well. Actually, Marco Signoretti back ahead of Will Burns, as in fact they are already into the back of the GT4 traffic, and this is where it gets interesting. Look, Cottingham takes the tight line into Redgate corner, anticipating he might have got up the inside of the Team Brit McLaren. He didn't, and that means he's slow on the exit. Tilbrook closing in, and if you're Tilbrook, you know this is a good opportunity to overtake, but you've also got to bear in mind, we're not even 15 minutes into this race. Going for a 50-50 lunge now is not really advisable.
Definitely, it's so hard being the leader, the first guy past all of these GT4 cars. Once they're in a battle, those GT4 guys, the drivers will naturally be looking forwards, not in their mirrors. So if the teams haven't given them a heads up, and we see him getting held up by the McLaren GT4 on the exit, that's given the GT3 McLaren a chance. Cottingham looks pretty positive. We see the McLaren have a big old slide out of there. It's, yeah, Cottingham looks positive with his defence. It looks like he's been told to defend the position. Even if it loses him time, it looks like track position is more critical to that 2C's Mercedes right now.
Yeah, because it is not the widest of circuits, so as long as you cover the inside going into the corner and don't run too wide on the exit, it's not going to be easy for Tilbrook to get alongside at any point. Certainly not on the inside line into any given corner. Slightly different lines there out of the Melbourne hairpin. Tighter line for Tilbrook. Now, you see, I was waiting for this. The headlight flashing has begun. We all know that's guaranteed to do nothing other than aggravate the driver in front. I've very rarely seen drivers make mistakes when they start getting the headlights flashed at them. If anything, just sort of spurs Cottingham on, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, flashing is always a dangerous activity, and on track it's a little bit hard as well. We're really starting to get some track limits as well, and the worst one being Neary is already on his 3rd warning in 15 minutes, so he's got 2 more, and then he's going to be on for a drive-through, and it's going to be really hard for him not to do it. We're seeing that really tight, and that is Neary I'm talking about. That one doesn't count as a track limit, just for reference. That's just the nature of multi-class racing. The Ginetta wants to pass the McLaren, and then the Mercedes, that is a late lunge, and that's going to then hold up the GT4 McLaren, which lets the Ginetta go, which lets the Lambo go. 3 wide on a piece of track that is literally 3 cars wide. This is getting tight and nasty already.
We both subconsciously stepped back from the monitor then when we saw what was going on there. That was almost certain contact, avoided actually through some very good driving by all involved. But yeah, good point there. The GT4 cars are fighting for position, especially this early in the race. And if they see a chance to overtake someone they're racing for position, even if that means getting in the way of the GT3s, they're very much going to do it. Now, down at the hairpin, Century Motorsport versus the Speedworks Run Toyota here, side by side heading up the hill. That's number 9 Tom Rawlings and Tom Edgar in the Toyota. This has been a brilliant battle between the 2 of them, and they've been close to contact on at least one occasion, we believe, already. Here they come down the hill, a late move to defend, and bodywork off, I think, the back of the Toyota was that.
Yeah, to me that looks like probably the diffuser shroud. The GT4s are that much more road car. It's probably just like a plastic trim part, almost around the top of the diffuser to the bottom of the bumper. It didn't look particularly structural with how light it flew in the air. I don't imagine much performance loss. I'd actually, as a driver, be greedy and think I might have just lost 4 kilos of weight out the car. And for reference, that can be added to the car at the end of the race if it was underweight. Anything you shed in the race is added to the weight. You can't have doors falling off on purpose, but it's just one of the rules of motorsport.
Right, okay, so it looks like he might have got away with that, certainly through the high-speed first sector there. The Toyota was strong, but then runs wide at McLean's, and Will Alton also getting sideways there in his Team Parker Racing Porsche. He's stuck behind Ross Wiley in the Veluga Porsche. and they are fighting for 7th place in GT4. Offer's gone the Team Brit McLaren, that's down the Craner curves as well. That car being driven by Aaron Morgan in the opening stint, whilst the race leaders have now caught this battle back in GT4. This is another opportunity for Morgan Tilbrook. Cottingham will be delayed here through the chicane. Tilbrook didn't get off the chicane well enough though, did he? And Cottingham should be safe down to Melbourne.
Yeah, Cottingham again was clever in his defence. He didn't want to overtake, but he blocked the middle, so Toyota looked like it hadn't seen him for a split second, then turned in. And again, Cottingham's just got the better run out of that. Tilbrook really needs to try and plan his route, so he needs to be looking ahead at the potential hazards that Cottingham is facing, and he can maybe even open up a corner more than he would, exaggerate the line, and then get a better drive, thus exit speed, and that's his opportunity. But that it typifies British GT for me, that headshot down the pit straight. It is carnage, but somehow controlled.
There have often been calls for separate GT3 and GT4 races. That's the worst idea in the world as far as I'm concerned. It is this multi-class element of British GT racing that adds so much interest. Now look at the way that that gap has shot out as Tilbrook was delayed a lot more in that lot of traffic than Cottingham. You kind of have to hope as a driver that this evens out over the race, but certainly on that lap, Tilbrook losing out. He was 3/4 of a second back at the line, and even more so now as they head up the hill. Ian Loggy perhaps doesn't realise how lucky he was there not to have contact with the number 9 BMW there of Tom Rawlings. That was very close as Tom bounced over the curbs, but Ian Loggy was coming through regardless. He, remember, is in 3rd place and having a strong stint so far.
Sometimes it almost looks like you're trying to thread the needle with a blindfold on, wearing oven gloves. There's so much going on. The gaps are always disappearing and evolving in that regard, and it's just so hard to not lose time, like you said. I mean, Tilbrook lost double the gap to Cottingham just in sector 1 alone on that lap because of traffic. He'll be on the radio pleading his innocence to the team that he's not doing a bad job and it's just unlucky. But the ebb and the flow of this race is going to really start to get interesting as they come back round again. They've nearly cleared all the GT4 cars for the first time
yes.
today.
Yes, and we're not even 20 minutes in yet, so they'll be doing an awful lot more of this. In fact, the amount of clear laps, traffic-free laps that they have from now to the end of the race can probably be counted on the fingers of one hand. Richard Neary here up behind Tom Rawlings. Meanwhile, not Tom Rawlings, sorry, Tom Edgar. Tom Rawlings is being investigated for an incident that he's had with car 40. Now, that's the GT3 McLaren of Nick Holstead, so presumably that was Holstead coming through to lap him and Rawlings making a bit of contact with the McLaren. That's being investigated for the time being.
I think that could be a typo. I reckon that's meant to be the 48 car of the Toyota. I think it was a small contact that we saw with the bodywork coming off. Probably no further investigation, but interesting that Toyota's now got past the BMW and has really got some pace. And you can see that gap there as I go on the grass turning in there. The car's doing 125, 130 miles an hour there, and the confidence to turn that in off the grass. There's some big space hoppers sat in that seat.
And these are, I remind you, the AM drivers in GT3. We don't really like calling them AMs, but we sort of have to. That is the terminology, but some of them are really, really good. All of them are really good, actually, and with some tuition from their pro drivers and their teams, they get better and better with every race, and they get more confident. That's the big thing with an AM driver, isn't it? You can make them fast, yeah, okay, you can teach them what to do in the car to go quick around the track, but that confidence, that racing nous, that's something that can only be learnt over time.
Yeah, definitely. The last round at Silverstone that I was racing with an AM that you talk about, Nick Moss, a guy I work with a lot, and my job is to extract the performance from him any way I can. So you very much feel like a school teacher and primary school teacher a lot of the time, that you have to teach them the basics and build that confidence. And you're really trying to find anything you can use. We have live onboard videos so we can watch and try and guide them through, like definitely overtake the GT4 car here, or hold on, just wait, bide your time. So the pros will all be on the pit car radios talking to their AMs, trying to help them through here, because any time they find is that the time the pro is going to be further up the field too.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Richard Neary again thought about going for a slightly dicey move there on Will Burns. Now goes to the inside of the BMW into the old hairpin. That BMW still running 3rd in GT4. Jamie Day is romping away with it in GT4 now. 4.1 seconds up the road from that car that we've just overtaken, the Academy Ford Mustang of Marco Signoretti. So big old lead that for Jamie Day. Could have benefited slightly from the GT3 cars coming through, but his pace is fairly impressive at the moment. 1 minute 36.3. In fairness, Signoretti matched him on the previous lap. He won't this time, though, because he runs wide there as Michael Igo nips through, and Igo is catching Neary. Now, that is a fight you'd buy a ticket for, isn't it? That would be for 5th place if you can get there.
Yeah, between Igo and Neary, I only see 3 losers out of that one. It's that going to be that aggressive. Fireworks will be strong there. Neary, we've seen this season, really seems to have upped his aggression level, and it's on the borderline of being acceptable. We've seen a few penalties given to him. I've spoken to Richard, and he's pleaded his innocence to me, and I get it, but there's a bit of hostility out there potentially, if I don't want to be a little gossip.
Interesting stuff. Okay, racing drivers having a disagreement, surely not. Into Goddard's comes the second place GT4 battle, and Signoretti is late on the brakes, a bit too late on the brakes there. Just about manages to wriggle out of the corner ahead of Will Burns, but this terrific battle for second place rages on. Will Burns, 3 times a winner on... Oh, Richard Neary is in. Oh, no, never mind, we're not going to get that fight. Now, this looks like it is a scheduled stop. I didn't see any obvious issue with the car. Richard in to hand over to Sam Neary. They're putting the fuel in. This looks planned.
I hope he didn't hear what I said and he's running up to the commentary box, but yeah, it looks planned. No damage on the visible damage on the car. Looked like the team are ready. The fueler was helmeted up, straight on with the fuel. So the process of the pit stop in British GT: car stop, engine off, driver out, close the door, fuel on. When the fuel is finished, then the driver change resumes and you change tyres at the same time. There is a minimum pit stop, so if the pit stop is clean, you're most probably going to have 20 to 25 seconds still to go at the end before the car will release down pit lane. The interesting bit with that strategy is I would say Neary was short fueled then, so potentially 40 to 60 kilos lighter on cars that if they were full of fuel, he was racing against. So maybe the pace of that other car wasn't quite as strong as we see the Stella car coming in as well. Looks planned as well. I get their logic. They're on pole position, so they could run light and maybe get into the distance and get a bit of a gap. That plan unravelled, unfortunately, early on as they had their spin. So all of these strategists that have been working hard all week to get the perfect strategy, unfortunately, an idiot driver like myself gets in and that all suddenly flies out the window as we see Mia Fluid going around the outside of the GT4 car, not losing too much time. So
right.
Stop go for the number 9. Interesting. I called it as a racing incident.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Wow. I'm sticking with racing incident. I'm happy to be contentious on that. For me, the Trojans defended aggressively but cleanly. The BMW has then gone back to the racing line and has just caught the back. So, yes, the contact has happened, but, I mean, it's a strong penalty this early in the race, and the thing with a penalty in motorsport, there's no VAR, you can't check it, so that's done. That's black and white. He's going to serve in, and that's going to be a long day for the BMW.
Indeed it is. That is a real shame. Oh, blimey. This is Mia Fluid and Sam Neary not making the best of friends there. Sam Neary fresh out of the pits, of course, and knows that he's quicker now than a lot of the pro drivers out on track. So Sam Neary then getting stuck in, hadn't even been on the track 10 seconds there, and he was banging doors with the McLaren. Interesting to watch his pace then. So they have sacrificed their track position. They're going to have to give Richard a longer stint later on, but they clearly feel that by getting their quicker driver in early, they pitted only some 21 minutes into the race. They clearly think that that is going to be the strategy that will then send them to the front, because if he's in the car now for 20 minutes maybe before the others start pitting, he could easily come out of this first round of pit stops as the race leader.
Yeah, definitely. The big thing for strategy for me and studying this race is if you pit early and a safety car comes out, it means you've definitely done a pit stop under green flag conditions. If you can do a pit stop under safety car, you don't lose a lap. You lose track position, but not a lap. Every time, if there's a safety car and you can pit, you've won. So they've committed to a strategy which will not work if there's a safety car, because they won't be able to use it, because we need to get Richard Neary back in for the car for that much more time than his other AMs he's racing against.
Yeah, remember, neither driver can do more than 100 minutes, so Sam Neary, they'll try and get as close to that 100, but that still leaves 80 minutes for Richard Neary. He's only done 20 of those minutes, so he needs another hour in the car, basically, before the end of the race. There goes Alex Maliakin, 7th place then for the red line car. What's going on here? This is Marco Signoretti, and look at the mess on the track from that early shunt between the Paddock McLaren and the Ginetta. Lots of polystyrene all over the road. Won't do any damage to the car, but it's got to be a distraction, that.
Yeah, definitely can get stuck in the cooling brakes or radiators, and it goes there. So we've got a replay up here. So the Nick Jones Porsche down on Nick Halstead. Interesting. I actually don't think there was contact there. It looks like, let's have a look. This is the perfect camera view. In we go. Oh, the slightest of contacts. I'm not very good at calling this today, am I? So that one, again, looks like a racing incident to me, purely on the fact that Nick Jones didn't gain an advantage. There was a legitimate gap there to start with. He's put the nose of that Porsche down there. Nick Halstead has to turn in at some point, and there was contact. Nick did a great job to just create a slide, not a spin, and Nick Jones doesn't look like he's got any legacy damage from that either, in my opinion. He's actually lost a position there to Mia Fluid in the following lap.
Yeah, Fluid driving well, and they're both being caught by Stuart Proctor there as well. So this is 12th, 13th, 14th. Mia Fluid having just taken that 12th place away from the Team Parker Racing Porsche. Team Parker, of course, got their most recent race victory in British GT here at Donington a couple of years ago. That was with the Bentley Continental, but Nick Jones and Scott Mulvern winning in a sort of wet, dry race here at Donington. A race you were in, I seem to recall, Joe, and what a race it was. And Team Parker looking to try and recreate some of that form again in much more pleasant conditions here today. Almost half an hour then into round number 4 of the Intelligent Money British GT Championship. James Cottingham maintains a 1 second cushion over Morgan Tilbrook at the head of the field. The number 4 Mercedes ahead of the number 77 McLaren with Ian Logie in third, whilst in GT4 it is still the R Racing Aston Martin of Jamie Day who leads the way. 17th overall for that car. Second is the car you're on board with now, Marco Signoretti's Ford Mustang, and he, for the time being at least, seems to have sort of shaken off Will Burns' BMW. They're still pretty close on track, but Signoretti not under as much pressure now as he was a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I think you've seen there's no GT3 cars in shot there, so it shows they've had a couple of clear laps just to see what their pure pace is again. And again, that's that ebb and flow I talk about, and you've just got to try and create the space while you can, because you will get held up again by traffic, as we cut to a shot of the DK car actually getting held up by the M4 GT3. So the same class, but just different pace. And the problem is when you catch a slower same class car, they've got the same power, so it's harder to get around. And I think that's why we saw such a big hold up there for the Mercedes. And before we know it again, Tilbrook's on the rear bumper of the leader.
Yeah, it's never been more than about a second and a half, this gap, but it regularly comes down to about half a second or so in traffic. Tilbrook closing in, but again, frustratingly for him, just can't quite find a way through. Getting a drive-through penalty, by the way, now for the Toyota. So Tom Edgar being given a drive-through for not respecting track limits, we're hearing. Now that's within the first half hour of the race. It's the chicane where he's been doing it. That's where most people have been pinged for track limits this weekend. And, well, Tom Edgar, the first to be handed a drive-through penalty for it.
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm going to say, like I'm stating obvious things here, it's just not acceptable this early on into the race. You have to sail close to the wind, but you can't capsize your boat this early on. And he's now got a mountain to climb, 18 seconds. And when you're cutting the corner there at turn 10 at the chicane, maximum you're finding 0.2 of a second. So if he's done 5 of them, he's found a second, and now he's just lost 18. I'm not very good at math, but that is a poor investment on your return anyway. And I just think we've got to be careful here. I think there's potentially going to be a plethora of drive-throughs, especially towards the end of the hour, just before those limits get reset.
Yes, exactly. We'll keep an eye on that. Certainly that is early, as you say, for people to be getting those sort of penalties. Lead gap back out again momentarily, but as we've said, it keeps on ebbing and flowing as they catch the traffic at different parts of the circuit. Impressed with James Cottingham here, though. He's not put a foot wrong so far, nor has Morgan Tilbrook, actually, and two of the less experienced of the drivers we've got in the championship. They're putting on a good show at the front, and they've checked out. They're 10 seconds ahead of Ian Logie in third place, and Ian's been doing this for a while now, and these two really are showing them how it is done at the moment. You can't even see Ian Logie in that shot. He in turn is 4 seconds ahead of Adam Ballon, who still has Igo, Balf and Maliakin in pretty close company behind him. But yeah, whatever 2Cs and Enduro are doing, it's working.
Yeah, and to touch on the point you raised earlier about these amateur drivers, it sounds derogatory. It's not. It's what they are. They've got real jobs day to day. They don't get to sit in a race car like me trying to practice every day of the week. But just interestingly, we've only got one pro in at the moment in Sam Neary. Sam's quick, the car's quick, Richard was quick. His fastest lap time is still slower than those two leading cars with amateurs in. Yes, he might be in a bit of traffic, might not have new tyres, for example. Big lunge there from Igo on Ballon. That was the most clumsy incident. Oh, this is like Monaco awkward, isn't it? At the Lowe's hairpin. Ballon was completely innocent there. Igo didn't look like he wanted to be there right at the last second. So headlight flashing, potentially unsighted by the McLaren a little bit. Like I said, at that point where he's on the first apex there, he tried to back out of it and then just couldn't make his car evaporate quick enough, essentially. The best thing he could do is actually wait for Ballon and give the place back. I don't know if that's going to be longer than a drive-through, but unfortunately, I think that will attract a penalty.
Unfortunately, even if he gives Ballon a place back, several others came through as well. In fact, Ballon hasn't yet got to the line, so he's going to be perhaps out of the top 10, maybe even with damage. So even if you do give the place back, Ballon's still lost out, so there's still likely to be a penalty given there. 11th place for Ballon, and that lap was some 30 seconds slower, so I guess he struggled to get the thing fired back up again and lost a huge chunk of time. And 30 seconds, even in a 3-hour race, is not going to be easy to bounce back from.
Yeah, and I know they weren't in the lead at the time, or even in the leading pack, but they were our race winners at Silverstone, and I saw them a long way in the distance ahead of me, so they were very competitive there. So that's potentially one of our winners out of the mix. You see the dust getting kicked up by that OnlyFans car, nice and dirty. He's going to go for it. I think he's getting racier and racier. I'm going to say in the next couple of laps, we're going to see a potential change of lead here.
I think so. The McLaren looks a little bit stronger, maybe looking after its tyres a bit better perhaps. We are half an hour into the race now. Of course, both of these cars running well ahead of the rest of the field, so I can't imagine they're in any great rush to pit. So, yeah, Morgan may have to try and do this out on track. He comes through half a second again between them, but now they're back in clean air, and Cottingham can try and stretch his legs.
Yeah, you see actually a bit of polystyrene on the front of Cottingham's splitter. So the front right of the car, you hear that noise as it goes over the curbs. Bit of everything, that's the car bottoming out. And we've seen a safety car being called. We've not seen anything quite yet on the cameras. Sometimes it can also be in the pit lane. They will stay full throttle until we get a yellow flag. And depending on where the incident is, it actually been quite late in the lap. The safety car will pick them up on the pit straight, but they're still about 45 seconds away from there.
If you're leading the race now, Joe, do you pit? Because you want to try and get one of these stops done under safety car, right?
You do, but you need to make sure the safety car is there. Sounds obvious, the safety car is called, but it happens rarely, but I've seen it a few times where the safety car doesn't pick the leader up. And if you were to pit, you wouldn't benefit from that safety car being there. We've seen a lot of guys pit early, and like I've just said, if you're not on the back of the train, the safety car win is not as large. So for me, those guys have pitted a little bit early. And we're still seeing them racing, flashing the headlights. If the yellow flags aren't out, they are allowed to still be racing. The safety car there at turn 1 is ready to pick them up. There are a few cars in between the leader and them, so it's going to be a little bit of sorting out.
There are definitely yellow flags. They've driven past 3 that I've seen, so I think Morgan Tilbrook, so fixated is he on the back of the Mercedes, he's perhaps not spotted them, and James Cottingham hasn't either, and they both dive for the pit lane, so this is big. Top 2 cars in the race diving for the pits. We've already had Paddock's McLaren in, the Fox Motorsport McLaren in as well, Rocket RJN. I can see the GT4 front runners have all pitted as well. In fact, all of the top 4 GT4 cars are in. It does make perfect sense to pit now because you lose so much less track position from pitting behind the safety car. So GT3's 110 seconds minimum pit stop time, GT4 is 140, and if you're a Silver Cup car in GT4, there are an extra 14 seconds to be added onto that. So again, that's slightly less time being lost by doing that under the safety car than under green flag conditions. No success penalties yet though, they only get added on to the 3rd and final pit stop.
I haven't seen a single car come past us on the pit straight, so everybody has boxed. Like I said, I think someone should roll the dice and actually go and catch the safety car up and see where they get in the food chain. We're seeing here a lot of debris on the track, and they might sometimes seem small, those pieces, but they're carbon fibre and they are razor sharp. So if you were to run over that with your tyre, there's a good chance of puncture. Interesting, I've just seen Sam Neary box again, so he's going to get Richard back in. So that's a bit of a left field strategy, that one. They're going to now have to do 2 hours, 26 minutes with only 1 fuel stop. The Mercedes frugal, but that is really tight to be able to do on 1 extra fuel stop.
That is interesting, yes, because that was my next question. Would they now choose to stay out and try and gain back some of the track time? But of course, yeah, you said pitting early, if you then get a safety car, it does rather put you on the back foot. So we shall see if that pays off. Of course, they can save a bit of fuel behind the safety car, but if it is only for debris, it won't be a long safety car period. So that might even limiting your opportunity to do so. We are hearing there are no cars off, so it is just to pick up the rubbish that's been distributed around the circuit. Great stop for the Enduro team, quite slow on the pit exit, as if they were worried about that being too quick. When you consider these 2 cars came in nose to tail and the other way round, that is a suspiciously big gain for the 77 car. I
get your logic. The pit stop timer, they're 1.3 seconds safe. As you see the DK car going really slow. Potentially was there a red light on pit exit. The safety car was going past. I think it was red and then went to green because the train of cars was so small behind. And I think what has happened here, the pit positioning of that 2C's car was so compromised, they would have lost time in their pit stop, and the Enduro car just did it right, and importantly has got in front of the safety car and has gained a whole lap behind. The problem here is now we should get a wave by for everybody that's not the leader. The leader, unfortunately, is going to be one of the last cars. So this could be a bit of a prolonged safety car because they're going to have to let everybody then catch back up. So it was a short safety car for Debris, which is now gone. So look at the space he is in. So at the moment, he will be a lap ahead, but he is the leader. It's a big call by race control here on what they do. I haven't got a right or a wrong answer, but I know what I'd rather see for the next 2 hours, 20 minutes of racing.
I'd be surprised if they don't wave everybody else through. What was that I was saying about this being a short safety car period? That won't be the case now, will it? And of course, they will only wave them through so they can pick up the GT3 leader. What it can do, and probably will do, is really mix up the GT4s, because some of the GT4s might find themselves trapped an extra lap down because they happen to be behind the GT3 leader. So this will all take a few laps to shake out, but we have seen in the past GT4 races get really turned on their head by mid-race safety cars.
Yeah, like we said, we always talk about the leader, and the leader is normally a GT3 car, so they are really the dictator. Let's see if that arm pops out of the safety car there to wave through that Mercedes. It's going to be an interesting one. The only other thing that I'm a bit of a nerd and excited about is that the strategy that ABBA have done will mean that their pro is behind the safety car the least. So at the moment, every GT3 car and the predominant amount of GT4s have their pros in behind the safety car. So if that safety car, let's say, does last probably 8 minutes if we do a wave around, that is 8 minutes of pro time that they're not getting versus the ABBA car. And if we are seeing maybe a second half, 2 seconds difference, that could be the difference to get that ABBA car back up there. It's an interesting dynamic when we go there. And we're seeing some cars still pitting. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, Nick Jones there, who had taken over the race lead technically, but that's because he hadn't stopped yet. WPI have been in, and look, and they put some tank tape on the left front corner of that car, that a legacy of the contact they had with Ballon. We haven't yet heard anything about that being investigated. I would imagine it probably is being, but with the safety car drama, that notice not yet getting to us. Nice that they've gone to the trouble of buying red tank tape to match the red bodywork of the WPI car, so it doesn't stand out quite that much. Team Parker Racing in, making their stop, and you can see now that the first car behind the safety car queue is the number 4 car, now with Lewis Williamson at the wheel, and I think probably once everyone has stopped and all of the marshals are off the track, because of course marshals have been out there cleaning up the debris, they will more than likely wave everybody through. Right, I mentioned Michael Igo and that contact he had with Adam Ballon earlier on. Ballon got the car back to the pit lane, and he's down there now with Brim.
Adam, it was a disappointing thing for you. I mean, you look absolutely distraught by it. Tell us what happened.
Well, I'd had a couple of bad laps, so Igo was reeling me in a bit, but he just lunged me down into Melbourne Loop. I mean, he was miles away. It was never on, and spun me around. It was just like, oh, so irritating. It's destroyed our race.
Well, here's the replay. Talk us through it from your point of view.
Yeah, so there was a GT4 car on the inside. I got a reasonable run up there, and then I went to the inside, and that's my line, and he just tagged me. I mean, it's obviously, he's nowhere near nose in front of me. It's obvious what I was going to do, go around the corner, and he just dives up the inside. He knows it's going to spin me as well, that's the thing.
There's nothing you can do as well, but from the car after that, was there much damage to it, or did it still feel okay?
No, I think the car felt all right, actually. It was a bit right-hand down, but generally it's all right. But I left a load of carbon. Next lap, I didn't want to run over it and puncture myself, which would have been real irony.
Well, look, I know it's gutting, but fingers crossed you can get back out there and have another go.
Yeah, I hope so. See what Sandy can do.
Yeah, thanks, Bryn. Rather unhappy Adam Ballon, understandably. And he mentioned there, Joe, that he'd left some bits of debris behind. That is the debris that's been cleared up that led to the safety car that has completely changed the complexion of this race.
Yeah, and I think he's called it right. Adam is actually a very calculated guy. You can see he's peeved, but he's not raging. And I think I just feel sorry for him in that regard. Just when I pick up on the thing he said right hand down, so that means the steering wheel wasn't straight after the contact, and the knock he would have had on his rear right tyre could have just knocked the suspension out the toe link, so that tyre probably is pointing a little bit toe out, which is the better way to really have it in terms of the tyre wear and performance, but can make the car feel a little bit lively. So we're trying to pick up here, the car's still catching the safety car. the 42 car, obviously, with its spin earlier, this has really been a heaven sent for it and is now allowing it to get all that time lost with sending the car ready for the restart. He will be going as fast as he can, but still respecting the yellow flag. So that's why the Ewan Hankey 76 McLaren behind looks a little bit racy. It wants to just make sure he definitely catches up the train when we go back to green.
Yeah, so the Audi getting a bit of a lucky break here then. Sennan Fielding back in the car now. He is not, no, he is on the same lap as the leaders in his class. So yeah, that's definitely going to benefit him. Unless, of course, they then get waved around behind the safety car, in which case they essentially get that lap back. There has not yet been a wave around. The top 3 cars in the race overall in GT3 are Enduro Motorsport, followed by the 76 car. Now, I noticed that car pitted a little bit out of sequence with the others by a minute or so, and it's come out in 2nd place, according to our timing screen, with 3rd place for the Team Parker Porsche. But again, that will probably drop down once it eventually completes its pit stop, but there will always be winners and losers in these situations. And the difference here is that you're gaining or losing huge chunks of time rather than a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I still maintain I was correct in the statement of the cars stopped too early under the safety car because they hadn't caught the safety car, so you don't get that delta effect of it. The problem I think they realised is that the safety car was going to be a short one, should have been a short one, and they might have missed it. So they're getting waved by now, which is great news. I was fearful if they didn't get waved round, we were going to have very few. So all the cars will get there until we pick up the Enduro car. So there might be a few cars in between the Enduro car and the rest of the GT3 field, but crucially, they will all be on the same lead lap. So I think the biggest winner really actually is the 76 car of Fluid and Hankey, because they were outside the top 10, and now they're going to be a legitimate 2nd place. Next big winner are new race leaders, the Enduro McLaren, and then your probably biggest loser emotionally will be the DK car, 2 Seas Mercedes that was leading and looks like it will most probably either be 3rd or 4th, depending on where the Parker car has slotted itself. But yeah, I'm maintaining that extra lap behind the safety car is why the 76 McLaren and the Parker Porsche have leapfrogged up the field.
I think you're right, yeah, they did come in a lap later than the others. Just noticed Assetto Motorsport back in as well. Will Tregurtha jumped into the car behind the safety car, caught up to the queue, and then pitted again to hand back over, we guess, to Mark Sansom. So that's interesting. He was in the car for 9 minutes, was Will Tregurtha, so a very short opening stint. There it is. Now, does this look scheduled? Looks like they've done the driver change. They will maybe have topped the fuel up slightly. They certainly won't have bothered changing the tyres, so they can now sit there and wait. But interested to know, don't know if Brink can get down to Assetto and see if he can find out the thought process here. Because that does seem odd to pit twice within the same safety car period.
Yeah, it's just burning up one of those mandatory pit stops. So if they think they can get to the end of the race now with only 1 extra fuel stop, so split this stint in half, 1 minute and 8, that's definitely doable. A little bit of fuel saving, and if there's not another safety car and everyone else has to do 2 pit stops that they've got remaining under green, that car and the ABBA car are on a bit of a left field strategy, and you tend to find that if you're outside the top 10, you've got nothing to lose. It's podium or nothing really in these sort of races, so you might as well try that left field strategy. And as a racing driver, it's toys out the pram. I'm not in the top 10, so yeah, fine, just keep pitting me. Let's get rid of these really slow, laborious mandatory pit stops that you see the cars having to do.
Yes, because of course under green you lose a lap from a pit stop. Here they will stay on the lead lap, so it is a free pit stop. Mark, by the way, Mark Sansom used up about half an hour of his allotted driver time, so yeah, he will have to do just under an hour, but yeah, they need to make sure, because they'll be sort of restricted now in how far they can push the fuel, because he's only got a limited amount of his driver time left, so that's going to be a calculation that I do not have the brain capacity to work out right now, but I'm sure the team's working on it.
Yeah, you're correct. The only other thing is that the rule is 100 minutes maximum,
yes.
So they won't be able to maximise Will Tregurtha's time. He's only done 8 minutes, so he's still got 92 minutes remaining. There's no way that car will do an hour and 32 minutes on fuel. So now the AM will have to do more time than he should do strategically to make it a one-stop race. So now you're weighing up, right, if my AM is 1.5 seconds slower than the Pro, but I don't do an extra mandatory, what's the bigger winner? And at the moment, that definitely would be another 25 minutes with the AM for me.
Getting some information here from Britain to say that actually they underfueled the car. That's why he came back in again. So it wasn't necessarily planned.
It's expensive at the moment.
Yes. On the screen, though, we're seeing the order of the race, and you can see quite clearly one pit stop done by the leading cars. The first car to have done more than one is the WPI Lamborghini, and it is still Michael Igoe in that car. So I think they did briefly do a driver change to Phil Keane, and you can see that car running a lot further down the order. Within GT4, by the way, Matt Cowley has come out of all of this as the leader in the Ford Mustang, with Darren Turner second for Newbridge Motorsport, and then Josh Miller third place in GT4 as well. So roughly the same group of cars up there, albeit in a slightly different order within the GT4 category.
Yeah, and so now we've got the safety car lights are off, just spotted, so safety car will be in this lap, I assume. So we're seeing the leader, this is all correct. We then just have innocent GT4 cars in the way, essentially, for those GT3 guys. They're in their own race, so Marcus now, Clutton, is going to back them up. I don't want to give away a strategy, but he should go as slow as he can to get the gap to that safety car as big as possible, so he can go as early as possible to use those slower GT4 cars to hold up Ewan Hankey in that Mercedes. So he wants to go early, and the GT4 cars naturally won't be able to stay with him, and Ewan in that McLaren that we're just seeing turning in now can't overtake until the line. So I think Clutton could have a 12 to 15 second lead here at the end of the first flying lap.
Well, let's see. He's certainly gone early, hasn't he? And actually, Ewan Hankey isn't even that close to the back of the couple of GT4 cars, one of which is the stellar Audi. So it did get trapped behind the overall race leader. So he's almost a lap down on the rest of the GT4 competition. Marcus Clutton then gets the race back underway. We're on to the 29th lap of the race with just over 45 minutes gone. There goes Ewan Hankey trying to get up the inside of Senan Fielding's Audi, but he in turn was up the inside of the Freddie Tomlinson Ginetta. So Ewan losing more time there. The gap at the line between first and second in GT3 was just under 4.3 seconds. It probably went out again, though, through Redgate.
Yeah, and we're seeing Igoe, sorry. Whoa, big look-up. I was just about to say, you see Igoe in the Lamborghini there being the ammo around all the pros, and that created his own bottleneck. So he's essentially a lap down, but has done an extra pit stop. So I'm not going to talk too much about it. It's too confusing. What we're seeing on track here on the lead lap, Clutton, Hankey from the Porsche of Malvin, and then our former race leader now in the hands of Lewis Williamson, and he's getting through the traffic. And then he's got a Mercedes behind him of Callum McLeod, also on the lead lap. So those are the bunch of cars all together. Then let's see what these pros now have pace. We saw what the AMs had. We've got used to their flow. Is now completely up on its head as you see all the pros cutting the corners a lot more than the AMs.
Yeah, Scott Malvin a bit wide there in the Team Parker Porsche. That might give Williamson a chance. It does give Williamson a chance to go round the outside in the car that led for the first half an hour of the race, the safety car, and their slightly slow pit stop costing them that lead, and now trying to get back into that third position, I should say, back into podium spot. Williamson late on the brakes, rolls up towards the back of the Team Parker car, out of Goddard's, and there you can see that rear engine traction. The Porsche just seems to accelerate off the tight corners that little bit better, and Williamson therefore not close enough to have a go on the brakes into Redgate corner. Team manager, by the way, of car 18 has been summoned to race control. That is WPI Motorsport, I guess, for the contact with the Barwell car earlier on. Would not be at all surprised to hear a penalty incoming for that car in the near future.
Yeah, and I think, interestingly, I've been told a million times not to exaggerate, but the gap to Clutton to Hankey was 6 seconds. Not as big as I thought it was going to be, but still, that is a nice bit of real estate that Marcus has now got. He can settle into a stint. I'd imagine the car is fueled to do the hour. That would be my strategic one for this first pro stint, and then where we can see where we go. So I go getting a 10-second stop go. So the drive through the pit lane, 18 plus 10, 28. I mean, still up on what Ballon lost, so I'd accept that as a penalty if I was WPI.
Yeah, I think so. Let's hope, of course, that their car isn't damaged. Did have that bit of tank date, didn't it, on the left front corner. Right, lead in GT4 held by Matt Cowley's Ford Mustang, but he's got Darren Turner all over him. We remarked in the first stint of the race how well Matt Topham was doing as an AM driver surrounded by silver-graded drivers. Now, roles reverse. Cowley a silver and Darren Turner very much a pro driver, but Cowley is no slouch, and he came through Formula Ford 1600 racing, amongst other things, knows how to defend a position, and he ain't going to roll over and let Turner through here.
No, definitely, and he's been in that car for a few seasons, so it's so nice that he knows this circuit in that car, which will really give him the confidence that he can have a fair fight here with superstar Darren Turner, who has literally won everything there is to win in sports car racing. And I was actually speaking to the Academy Motorsport that run that Mustang, Matt Nicol-Jones, the team owner, about that car, and Donington really is the best circuit. That car loves it round here, so he was pretty confident of a win, so let's not throw a commentator's curse on him with over 2 hours to go.
Oh, now that was the Century BMW lapping this pair. That almost, it did force Cowley onto the wide line into Redgate Corner and almost allowed Darren Turner through. But Cowley, with some good grunt there from the V8 engine underneath his Ford Mustang's hood, gets out of Redgate Corner and chops across the nose of Darren to retain the lead of the class. WPI, by the way, have been given a 10-second stop-go penalty. We saw that coming, so that will be Michael Igoe back into the pit lane. That car's third visit into the pits this race, but this time to serve the stop-go penalty. Through McLean's they go. Cowley at the wheel of the Mustang, just starting to stretch away slightly here from Turner, but again, this will continue to develop as the GT3 cars, one by one, make their way past them.
Yeah, and we're again starting to see the mix of GT3s now coming back through once more. And just looking at the timing screens that everyone can access via TSL timing, we've got 12 GT3s still on the lead lap, so we've got a big race here, and we've just seen Marcus Clutton do the fastest lap of the race at 26.5, and then for reference, Ewan Hankey in a McLaren behind 27.3. So that Enduro car that was on pole position, let us forget, has got some serious pace at this moment in time.
That fastest lap, by the way, is a new official lap record here at Donington Park by about a second faster than Phil Keane. Right, replay of the restart. This is on board with Lewis Williamson. Remember, he had that really close moment with the Igoe Lamborghini, which you could see 2 cars ahead. Oh, and the brake lights come on. That is every driver's worst nightmare. Did well to avoid contact at the top of the hill and through the middle of it. Then Igoe gets boxed in behind the Audi, and at the last second, Williamson, well, did he intend to go to the inside, or did he lock the rear brakes there?
I think he intended to go there once the rear was locked. Yes. And, he had no option. But I mean, the first brake down the crane, as you expect to be pulling 5th gear there, 130, 140 miles an hour. So to be on the brakes hard, as we see more multi-class racing going on there. The Ginetta being really nice at getting out the way in that regard. That's really helped Lewis Proctor in the Greystone McLaren get through their cleaning. You just saw the gap that then gave him over the Ram Mercedes. It suddenly changes so quickly, but a safety car restart is just so difficult to not have those sort of clumsy little mistakes, and there was no contact. It was great driving by everyone involved.
Car 9 now being given a drive-through penalty. That's that car's second penalty, is it not? So what this one's for, I'm not sure, but that is Chris Salkeld at the wheel at the moment of the Century Motorsport BMW in GT4, running 6th at the moment, but won't be for much longer. Down into the chicane comes Cowley with Turner behind him. These two 16 seconds up the road now from the Josh Miller R Racing Aston Martin. So somewhere that car, which was leading before the pit stops, remember, in GT4, has lost a big chunk of time, and that will certainly not help their chances of contesting for their first race victory in the championship. Battle on here for 11th within GT3. Joe said that there are 12 GT3 cars on the lead lap. The last of them is the number 15 Ram Racing car, the sister car to the number 6, with a new driver on board. John Ferguson still part of the team, but with Ulysse Powell jumping in to replace Jamie Caroline. Ulysse Powell he's racing in the GT World Challenge Europe series this year. Won a race at Brands Hatch earlier on in the season. He was 3rd place in the British F3 Championship a couple of years ago as well. So a star name. Great to have Ulysse in the championship.
Yeah, definitely, and it's interesting to see a driver change unplanned mid-season, and that's difficult for the team to make. But if the driver's not moving on in the way they want, the team will make that cutthroat decision. And Ulysse Powell, I mean, it's a brilliant name. It sounds like a strip club I've been to, but he is so fast. He's really got talent. I'm excited to have him in the series. I always like when our little British island attracts these top European drivers, and we get to see where we are in the food chain.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, really close stuff out there. Out goes the number 9 BMW from the pit lane, by the way, as the 3rd place battle in GT3 makes its way back towards Redgate Corner. Now, despite the pressure that Williamson was applying a few laps ago to Scott Mulvern, Scott, the experienced driver that he is, now seems to have settled in, doesn't he? He's getting away from the Mercedes again. Mulvern's lap times are pretty comparable, actually, to all of the cars around him. He's looking stronger now.
Yeah, but he is on his final track limit warning, so one more misdemeanor, he will get a drive-through. Interestingly, there's just over 5 minutes remaining until that is reset. So hopefully the team or Scott are asking, how long have I got until my lives are reset and I become a new cat and I can suddenly start cutting the corner or running wide. But yeah, if he does one more in the next 3 laps, essentially, that is going to be a drive-through penalty. So difficult to get this balance right. And at the moment, we're seeing quite a few people falling foul to it.
Bobby Trundley here, about to go a lap down to the leaders of the GT4 category. The GT4 McLaren then ahead of the top 2 in the class. And again, Matt Cowley has to get his elbows out there to keep Darren Turner behind. He's not made any mistakes yet, Matt Cowley, but if he leaves that door open, even a chink, then Turner will be through the gap in a blink of an eye. And Darren, again, with so many years of experience, he knows that patience is key here. The opportunity will present itself, and you've got to be ready at all times to pounce at that. It could come here, actually, because Trundley is almost defending here from Matt Cowley. It's putting the Mustang offline. Comes out of McLean's corner. Is there a gap on the inside? No, Trundley, does he not realise these are the race leaders? I'm not sure what's going on here.
Difficult. The blue flags might be out, might not be, but at the moment, if the team aren't telling him, he won't know. So we can't lay the blame on him, but this is going to get quite messy quite quickly, especially if he doesn't let Turner go. Even if he's looking like he's going to lunge for a second back in, I think the team have let him know that that isn't his fight for today, unfortunately, and they've let the guys go. And all of that, there was a Lamborghini overtaking it all as well, so super interesting.
3-second stop-go penalty for car number 8. That's the Nearies, so they're on this strange alternate strategy, and now they've hit a bit of a speed bump here. A 3-second stop-go sounds like too short a pit stop.
Yeah, for me, it's the only logical explanation. Whatever you're under your pit stop, you normally get it added to a drive-through penalty, and the timing screens are showing a 1:47. So, as you correctly said, that is 3 seconds under. But that's a 21-second time loss. It's so difficult to maximise that minimum pit stop time.
Yeah, not worth the tiny gain you make, is it? Turner again having a nibble at the back of the Ford Mustang here through Redgate corner. Still, frustratingly, can't quite find a way through. These two on the previous lap, by the way, were a little bit slower than the third-placed Aston Martin of Josh Miller, but he is under an awful lot of pressure from the number 65 Team Parker Porsche behind of Seb Hopkins. So the battle for third in GT4, every bit as close as the fight for the race lead.
Yeah, it's really good to see. And we're seeing a big battle, I think, evolving in GT3. I think when the AMs get back in, we'll see some fireworks, because the pros are in a bit of a disjointed order, but unfortunately for us, I actually think they're in an order that they seem to be in the correct pace, so we haven't seen an overtake. But when the AMs get back in, they're now in a different order to how they finished the first in, so hopefully I think the fireworks are up on them. Whereas the GT4 looks like it's going to bunch up, as you've said, they're starting to hold each other up, those leaders of the GT4 class.
There goes the Red Lion Lamborghini, 7th place for them at the moment. This is actually the fight for 6th, because Adam Carroll is ahead here of James Dorlin. If you're James Dorlin here, I don't think you'd be fancying your chances of gaining 6th place. We saw how good a defensive driver Adam Carroll was back at Alton Park when he fended off Jules Gounon for the win at Alton in the season opener. One of the best races in recent memory in British GT, and Adam Carroll very much the star of the show. That being said, Dorlin is closing in slightly here, and the Lamborghini we know is capable of going well here at Donington, whilst the Audi has been there or thereabouts, but never quite as quick as it has been at either of the previous 2 circuits. So something about Donington perhaps not quite favouring that car in the way they'd like.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. Those cars are so similar underneath the skin. Both the V10 from the VAG group that's found in both of those road-going versions. The manufacturers in terms of Lamborghini and Audi are obviously on their own aerodynamics, and actually the geometry is quite different on the Lamborghini again. But it is amazing that they're basically the same car that perform in such a different manner, and Donington Park and the Lamborghini just go together so well.
Yeah, they absolutely do. We've seen lots of success here over the years for the Lamborghini teams. I told you the number 9 BMW had a stop-go penalty to serve, or a drive-through, one or the other. They served that, and on the very next lap came in for a driver change. So Tom Rawlings back out for his second stint now in car number 9. That's another interesting way of reacting to a bit of misfortune. Try and turn it into maybe an opportunity to use strategy to your advantage. 6th place GT4 battle makes its way through. They've got the Rocket RJN car of James Kell just up the road. That is another GT3 car, but is not on the same lap as those two. As into the pit lane to serve his penalty comes Richard Neary.
Yep, so 3 seconds, counting ahead, 1, 2, and 3. He would be leaving just there, and he would be straight back to a racing speed. Blue lights flashing on pit exit, showing that there's a faster car potentially coming past him, and look pretty clear. So he's actually in a really good bit of space looking out the window. So hopefully now he can just settle into a rhythm, and he needs another safety car essentially.
black and white warning flag now for Ulysse de Pauw. He's just overtaken Lewis Proctor, we believe, so that's now 11th place for Ulysse, but black and white warning flag for track limits. Third warning, that is, for him at the chicane. But as Joe said, we're 30 seconds away from the end of the opening hour when all of those track limits get reset and you get a clean slate. So you can afford, if you've got some left in the bank, you might as well use them, I suppose, even if it only gains you a couple of tenths. They're looking to extract as much pace as they can. Into Redgate Corner then comes the Audi and Lamborghini battle here for 6th place. Adam Carroll and James Dorlin. Dorlin looking quicker as the overall race leader there. Marcus Clutton puts a lap on the GT4 leaders.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen him really since the safety car, so he's obviously been relatively uneventful. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He's actually just done another personal fastest sector 1, so the car's performing well. Marcus is a brilliant driver, and he's really brought on Morgan Tilbrook to be one of the fastest AMs, and that coupled with Enduro really getting on top of this McLaren, they've suddenly come into a really rich vein of form this weekend. They almost look unstoppable in that sort of current guise of it, and it's interesting to see what is going to be the rest of the best. And I just hope they have a problem-free run, and we've seen them win here before, and that looks the likely option with just under 2 hours to go.
Yeah, they've been quick all season, just had a few issues, and by their own admission they were driver errors, things like knocking the fire extinguisher on at Silverstone and Morgan missing the pit lane, missing his pit box at Alton Park, which cost them a lot of time. James Dorlin, good run there on Adam Carroll. They both get boxed in a bit behind the R Racing Aston Martin though, and they will now one by one go to its right, heading up the hill towards the final corner. So for the time being, the Balfe Audi stays in front then of the Redline Racing Lamborghini. I've been impressed with Redline this season, actually. Had that off at Alton, didn't they, in the first race of the season. Still managed to score points in that race, actually. But last time out at Silverstone, this team were a bit of a revelation. Of course, Redline far better known for their association with Porsches, but the Lamborghini, a strong car, and had it not been for a bit of contact that Malikin had in his first stint when he took the lead from Adam Ballon, they could well have won the race.
Yeah, definitely. And a relatively new team to us in British GT and Redline, and a team historically associated with Porsches. They've really got to grips with that Lamborghini quickly, and yeah, I had a great battle with James Dorlin actually at Silverstone, proper door-to-door, nice and fair. And I've raced with James in previous guises at McLaren, so lovely kid, and he's really done well to get this opportunity in a top car with a top team. They actually had an ABS failure towards the end of Silverstone, and I think that's why I managed to get away from him in the end, so I was very pleased that the Italian electronics let him down on that front. But he looks quicker than Carroll to me at the moment, and just looking at the speed trap data I've got in front of me, it looks like he's got a good half a mile an hour to a mile an hour in the speed traps as well, so probably just needs to wait for that car to line up and get the slingshot done and dusted on him. On board looking backwards, it's always a great shot on this Mercedes. You see the rear wing, you see the pylons, how much they move left to right. I'm glad as a driver you don't see that live, because it doesn't fill you with confidence. It just shows you the energy in these cars coming from itself, the engine vibration, the curbs, the tyres, everything in these cars is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, it is. So commented on that in qualifying, when they rattle over the curbs, it makes you wince almost. You would imagine that it must be damaging the car, but they're incredibly robust and well prepared by the teams, these cars, and they more often than not can stand up to the punishment. And Matt Cowley withstanding the pressure here from Darren Turner really well. You get the sense that Darren isn't maybe going full attack just yet. We still have just under 2 hours to go in the race, but Matt Cowley not really opening the door at all for the Aston Martin driver to come through. He will, though, have to open the door for Lewis Williamson and Callum McLeod to come by, because the two Mercedes run out of different teams, of course. 2C's Motorsport, the yellow car, the pink car is the Ram Racing example, and they will both move through now. Callum McLeod back with Ian Loggy for this weekend before Jules Gounon, we hope, will be back in the car later on in the season. And those two Mercedes, well, Williamson a little bit quicker on the previous lap, so perhaps just starting to eke out a bit of an advantage over the Ram car.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really impressed with Matt Cowley. He's got a bit of a gap because of traffic, but like you said, he's soaking the pressure up. He's probably got another 35 to 40 minutes of it, but if he holds it there, I think we had to wring him out and pressure will be dripping out of him, because that is a phenomenal performance, and it's hopefully going to stay clean as well. As you see that ebb and flow, the GT3s just tuck in the little gap in between. There, they disappear into the distance, and that should allow Darren Turner to get a couple of clear corners before that Bentley in the distance behind catches them, and it all starts again. As we see down the inside, brilliant move.
wow, judged that to perfection then, James Dorlin, didn't he? Of course, used to race in Renault Clio Cup, so I guess the cut and thrust racing like that he knows well. And yeah, just about managed to clear the GT4 car, but then also get to the inside line to attack the Audi. So through he goes, although now Adam Carroll tries to fight back and does fight back. They're almost side by side at Hollywood, but the Lamborghini will squeeze across in front, and I reckon Dorlin might be the faster of these two at this point, so should now start to build up the margin. But that was absolute precision driving and a great example there of how to use the traffic again to your advantage, not so much because the back markers held up Adam Carroll, but just being on your toes to the point that the second you clear the lap traffic, that inside line was left open and through he went.
Yeah, and that's so key to looking ahead, trying to plan what's going to happen, so you can kind of predict the more likely option of where you should go and fill that void of space that sometimes is created by a GT4 when you're overtaking it in one of these GT3 cars. And now the interesting bit will be the roles are reversed in terms of dirty air. So Dorlin's pace was obviously good and he was in dirty air, and now Carroll's got to try to respond, but unfortunately he is now in the dirty air of Dorlin, and that can really affect the balance of the car. You tend to pick up more understeer in dirty air because the front of the car is closer and it's less efficient in that. So it suddenly becomes a completely different race car within a matter of minutes.
Yes, it does. A bit of dirty air maybe here as well, given how closely bunched the GT4 cars are, although because they're that bit less aero-dependent, you can run nose to tail in GT4 without it really affecting your performance mid-corner. They're proving that now because you've got the two Century BMWs, which have been inseparable all weekend. They qualified together, they've been very close on the practice times as well. They run nose to tail now towards the Melbourne hairpin, and they've got the Toyota Supra behind catching up. So two of these cars are fighting for position. Annoyingly for us, it's the car at the front of the group and the car at the back. The middle car is that number 9 machine, now in the hands of Tom Rawlings again, which has been in to serve a couple of penalties and has made its second mandatory stop as well. So it's off sequence, it's a lap down, but very much acting as rear gunner at the moment to its teammate.
Yeah, it's difficult. Commentators go, I can't believe how real commentators go. I'm so sorry, Matt Carroll. As we see, Turner's obviously passed. We didn't quite see maybe something happening there with the paddock car. I don't think it was involved, but it was quite a strange dynamic in terms of Turner being round the outside there. It's not a move we historically seen. You actually see it now coming back. So it was a BMW involved. See how dirty it was off the line, and Cowley then is compromised through the left of Craners, and Darren's got the outside line. Both very fair, giving each other plenty of space. And then the McLaren wants to make it 3 wide, and Cowley's too preoccupied with Darren Turner, and then the door is closed and that McLaren has to back out of it, and they all live to fight another day. But just super unfortunate time with Cowley. He probably should have shut the door on that BMW GT3 and not given him the opportunity to be wide through the middle of Crater curves.
And that was exactly my point about Turner before, because you said Cowley hadn't made a mistake, and you were right. The one bobble that he had, though, Turner was there instantly. He knew that was the chance and wasn't afraid to take the risk. I mean, going around the outside of the old hairpin, even if the car you're passing has just been held up through the Crater curves, that takes some doing. And Darren Turner on the dirty side of the road committed to it because he knew that another opportunity might not come for the rest of his stint.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big, and the feeling as a driver when you go around the outside of someone is impending doom. The physics are all against you. You just wait for that car on your inside just to give you a little nudge, and you're already on the limit, and that just sends you straight off into the scenery, into the barrier, and it's day over. But when it comes off, it feels so sweet. And that's what I meant. It was genuinely such clean driving by all of them. It looked hard and fair, but no contact. And hopefully that means that we get another battle as the cars continue to evolve over the stint.
And for Matt Cowley, that's still a really good job done. Yes, he's lost the position, but that was a number of laps that he managed to keep Turner behind for. And he was able to get through with Turner, but you know that was a number of laps actually that he was still stuck behind the Mustang running its pace. They are both, of course, leading their classes within GT4. So Darren Turner, the Pro-Am leader, one of only a handful of Pro-Am entrants in GT4 this weekend, and the Silver Cup being led by the Ford Mustang. So in a way, didn't cost them much, but of course Academy very much targeting overall GT4 race wins.
Yeah, class is important, but overall is more important. And when they're both for first place in class and overall respectively, it is always worth defending. There's no way that you could ever pretend that you're not that bothered. So, yeah, interesting the dynamic, the Pro-Am versus the Silver pit stop as well for GT4. They have an extra 12 seconds in their pit stops. So that gap is going to grow as we see two McLarens going at it nice and hard. Rob Bell and Martin Plowman there. nose to tail, obviously 2 cars are the same, run by different teams. You do see it going, and we're getting another battle evolving here. Ewan Hankey and another GT3 McLaren getting caught by Scott Mulvin. That gap now under a second, 9/10 of a second. Mulvin 2/10 quicker in sector 1. They blast through sector 2 now, and another 2/10 to Mulvin. So expect that gap to be the half a second hovering around after we go there. And Mulvin, remember, has now had his track limits reset for this next hour.
Really happy for Team Parker here. They've shown good pace all weekend, but for whatever reason didn't quite put it all together in qualifying. But through a little bit of good fortune with the timing of their pit stop behind that safety car, they've now put themselves in the part of the field that they really ought to be in anyway, in podium contention. 3rd place at the moment, same strategy roughly as all of the cars around them. So this is a genuine 3rd place, and Scott Mulvin now seeing an opportunity to turn 3rd into 2nd. He is again a 1/10.5 quicker than Ewan Hankey on that lap, and gets the gap down to around 3/4 of a second now. Mulvin has pulled a 4.4 second cushion for Lewis Williamson as they both run a bit wide out of Redgate corner. Williamson is still 4th, Callum McLeod in 5th, and James Dorlin in 6th is matching the cars ahead. So having passed Adam Carroll, isn't really gaining on them. Big delay there for Ewan Hankey. That was the stellar Audi in the way at the old hairpin, and now what was a 7/10 of a second gap comes down even further.
Yeah, I love these tight shots of the cars. You see them working so hard over the bumps and curves. Just look at the roll of these cars. I find the Porsche fascinating. I've raced one in the past. The engine is in completely the wrong place for it to work dynamically, but yet it's so fast, so much traction, it's got so much weight over the rear of that car. It really gets out the corners and just goes.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a nice car to drive. Well balanced, isn't it? Makes a nice noise as well, does the Porsche, which is now looming ever larger in the mirrors of the 2nd place man, Ewan Hankey. Ulysse de Pauw, by the way, on his final track limits warning, and we're only 10 minutes into the hour, so that does not bode well for Ulysse, who of course has done most of his racing in Europe and is therefore used to the European track limits rules, which are a little bit different to the British ones. There goes Dorlin up the inside of the Rocket RJN car, but this is the fight, 2nd place overall, and Scott Mulvin now starting to ask all the right questions of Ewan Hankey. But again, Joe, this fascination of GT racing, 2 completely different cars, they both generate their lap times in very different ways, not a lot to choose between them lap time-wise either, so where does Mulvin make the move?
Again, it's going to be sector 3, the big overtaking spots, but the McLaren looks good on the brake, so really the Porsche's advantage is the traction, like I alluded to, because of its engine position, but it doesn't seem to be getting that much. The best opportunity really should be out the biggest traction zone, T12, that hairpin up until the last corner. It just hasn't seemed to happen yet, so it's interesting to see, and again, I think we're going to probably wait for traffic for the catalyst to be the move in this instance.
Yeah, I think that could well be the case. The GT4 traffic spread pretty evenly around most of the track, although actually these two seem to have found themselves a nice bit of clean air up at the top end of the circuit. Just got a glimpse, you might see it again now, of the orange Team Parker GT4 car in the background. That car, I meant to say a while ago, was running inside the top 5 in class, but was given a stop-go penalty. That's why it's dropped out of contention for the time being in GT4. Still runs in 7th place overall in GT4, though, with Seb Hopkins at the wheel, but it was definitely in the podium fight before that. That's technically the sister car, then, to the Porsche on your screen now. This is the Porsche 911 GT3. Scott Mulvin, which, having caught Ewan Hankey, just can't quite manage to prise the door open. These two still running in the high 1 minute 27, so they are dropping a few tenths a lap here to Marcus Clutton, whose pace is just electric, isn't it?
Really, really good, and we just see him dipping a little bit quicker into mid-27s, both of those cars, and just watching them all come across the timing screens, they're all pretty similar. Mulvin has just lost a little bit on the last lap, but actually James Dorlin's pace the lap before was strong as well, so we still seem to have this sort of 6 to 7 car potential battle pack evolving all the way through there. We see the Mercedes diving through the Craner curves, lost its polystyrene that it picked up earlier, so that'll be running absolutely smooth. You'll see in the fading light later on potentially as well the sparks coming off that Mercedes. It's a very dramatic experience to watch that car.
And what's nice about that leading group you're mentioning, 6 or 7 cars, only one of them at the moment would have to carry a success penalty based on their Silverstone result, and that would be the red line car, number 32, which finished 2nd last time out, so would be carrying an extra 15 seconds at the final stop. But apart from that, yeah, it's a genuine fight with 29 seconds covering the top 7. Down through the chicane comes this second place battle. This is what they call turns 9 and 10. It's the Fogarty S's, and this, Joe, is where track limits has been the talking point.
Exactly. So the first part is pretty well regulated by a big tyre stack that you definitely don't want to hit. But the right's that little bit more open. You've got the 3 sets of yellow curbs, which are scarily big in real life. When you see them in your face, you definitely don't want to touch them. But then suddenly when you're in a race car, it's okay. You see a little bit of bunch of the traffic. But that is the hot spot of track limits. It's such a wind to cut there. But the tyre, the left-hand tyre, cannot leave the track. That is the big rule there. And we saw 3 or 4 really out of those 6 cars in shot doing that. There's a judge of fact stood there. I actually went and spoke to him on the test day. I wanted to see what rules he was playing to and how he was monitoring it. Super interesting, doing a great job, but so difficult to do. And he has stood there and he literally has got the perfect view. You can't argue it. You could go up, talk to race control, but they've got a judge of fact who's trained, been doing it for years. That is it. It's black or white.
Yes, which is why we're seeing so many of these track limits calls, but that is literally just that person's sole job, and they don't have to concentrate on anything else, so they almost always should be getting it right. Second place battle up through Coppice Corner again, still Hankey holding on here from Scott Mulvern as we tick towards the halfway point of the race. 1 minute and 45 still to go. And the next pit stops then, when do we anticipate them to come? I guess with the race running green at the moment, no sign of a safety car, touch wood, and for the most part the GT4 traffic not actually too bunched up either. I guess the GT3 teams happy to leave their pros in now, those of them that are running the pros, for as long as they possibly can. So I'd imagine this mid portion of the race will be stretched out for quite some time, but of course the teams want to make sure they get their pros in for plenty of time at the end of the race as well, ideally the last half hour, 40 minutes or so for the run to the flag. Marcus Clutton here, very much the pro driver at Enduro Motorsport, and this has been a really good job, well done so far. He's nearly 20 seconds up the road. Marcus Clutton, a very experienced driver, but easy to forget that Morgan Tilbrook is only in about his 3rd or 4th season of racing anything, and moved into GT racing so early in his racing career, which I will be honest now, didn't say this to him at the time, but I thought that was a step too far, a little bit too early. But with the coaching from Marcus and all of his experience that he's got, he's turned Morgan into one of the best AMs in the field.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously it's the car I know well in the McLaren GT3, and when we develop the car, we're looking at those AMs and what they want feeling-wise. There's no point us as professionals developing a race car that's fast but yet undrivable / Larry. So we're able to really use all the traction control systems, ABS systems, and the general dynamics of the car and the chassis to dial it in to make it drivable. So guys with relatively limited experience, it's scary sometimes how little they've done. They're then able to be on the pace of where they need to be. The interesting bit now for Marcus is really, when's he going to pit? The strategy is still up in the air. We saw how a safety car suddenly juggles it. I would say you're probably going to be looking kind of on the hour potentially in the next 15, 20 minutes, maybe a little bit more. If you've got clear space, you can fuel save, and by that you shift up a little bit earlier, keep the revs lower, you lift off the throttle before you brake and coast into the corner, and you can easily find 5 to 10% fuel saving, and then suddenly your stint is extended. There's no limit on how long a single stint is in this race.
Yeah, so that last round, or first round of pit stops for the most part, happening at 7 minutes past 1. So that was, yeah, about 50 minutes, 45, 50 minutes ago. So we are getting towards the end of the hour. Of course, they will have saved a bit of fuel behind the safety car, and they'll be back planning this essentially from the end of the race. They'll know already when they want the pro to get in for the end of the race, and that sort of then decides the rest of the strategy for you. Good to see the paddock McLaren back out there. Spent a bit of time in the pit lane getting that right front corner fixed after its early tangle with the Assetto Motorsport Ginetta, and also then was handed a penalty as a result. But that car being driven by Ashley Marshall at the moment, 47 laps down. 21 laps down behind the next GT4 car, but running actually 10th within the Silver Cup, so they would, at the moment, take a point home from Donington Park.
Yeah, and it might seem a bit pointless to be running that far down, but all of this track time is always learning, especially for a team that aren't used to a car paddock running the GT4 McLaren for the first time. They're just going to be learning so much about it, so it's worth just getting out there and testing and seeing what works and what doesn't. They may even come in and do a setup change in the race. It's all very valuable learning and track time, as we see the 76 McLaren blast out of there. Melvin's not really got closer or further. It's kind of status quo, really. And actually, in the background, the paddock McLaren did box, so he obviously wants to do a setup change on my advice.
Yes, indeed. Let's hope that is all it is, not something more sinister. Yeah, you're right about this. And Mulvin will be getting frustrated because the rate at which he was catching Hankey about 10 minutes or so ago, it really did look as though he was going to have the potential pace here to make the move, but you can see the Porsche wriggling around a bit there through the old hairpin. So this car that we've been saying all race is so well balanced looked anything but through the old hairpin that time. Of course, he's been on these tyres for the better part of an hour. He's been stuck in the dirty air for a long time as well, and that no doubt will be having an effect on the way the car is driving for the time being.
Yeah, potentially teams have been sold a bit of a dummy here by the weather. The track temp has really been climbing. The sun's been beating down on it, and obviously the track really attracts the heat, being a dark colour. So seeing the track temps rising, so the pressures at the start of the stint potentially getting a little bit too high, and as the pressure gets higher, the tyre starts to fall out of its performance window and the car will start to move around again. Obviously, for the next set of tyres, the driver getting in. As we see a car, Ginetta off in the gravel. That's an interesting place. We do have live snatch available at Donington, which essentially means that car can be recovered under a local yellow. It's right on the cusp of whether the race director will be happy to do it under a local yellow or will call a safety car. All the teams will be ready for a safety car pit stop. It will work for nearly everyone's strategy.
Yeah, this could be interesting then. We're approaching half race distance, and have we just seen the latest twist in the story here for round number 4 of the championship? Well, Academy Motorsport thinks so, because they are in the pit lane. Now, if they are anticipating a safety car, I think this is too early myself. In they come anyway. Matt Cowley getting out, handing over to Marco Signoretti for his second stint of the day. This pit stop coming at 13:55, so that was... 45-minute stint or so that for Matt Cowley. They definitely cut that short. You can see the Toyota coming in as well. A lot of teams, I think, here are anticipating a safety car stoppage, or a couple of them anyway, but I'm not convinced we're going to get one. We've seen quite a lot of cars stuck in that gravel trap over the years, and they do tend to be recovered by the live snatch vehicle under a local yellow. So you never know. This could turn out to be an absolute genius call, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's too early for me on that one. I think that was just coincidental, they boxed in then, to be honest. I understand it could have been a call, but it's going to be hard to work out. Interestingly, when you saw the Academy Mustang come in, you actually saw Aaron Moore